guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. A deadline now set by the U.S. Treasury Department. The message to Congress is raise the debt ceiling by June 5th, or we will no longer be able to prevent an economically devastating default on U.S. government debt. National Economic Council Director Brian Deese says there will be no further discussion about the issue from the White House's perspective.
The president's not going to negotiate around the full faith and credit of the United States.
Hardline Republicans in Congress hold major sway now, and they've demanded any debt ceiling increase be tied to U.S. government spending cuts. The Supreme Court still does not know who leaked the bombshell abortion draft ruling last year. NBC News White House reporter Kelly O'Donnell.
The headline is, they have found no perpetrator.
In May, Politico published a leaked draft of a Supreme Court opinion on a case that eventually led to Roe v. Wade being overturned. President Biden offering his support to the people of California after storms slammed parts of the state in recent weeks.
The country is here for you and with you. We are not leaving till things are built back and built back better than they were before.
The series of atmospheric rivers brought heavy flooding and left at least 21 people dead. One of the great singer-songwriters of our time has left for rock and roll heaven.
Singer-songwriter David Crosby has died at the age of 81.
I am yours, you are mine. You are what you are.
Crosby was a founding member of influential 60s rock bands The Byrds and Crosby, as well as Stills and Nash, which later became Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young. His wife said in a statement to Variety that he died surrounded by family after battling a long illness. I'm Dave Collins.
The cause of Lisa Marie Presley's death has not yet been revealed by the coroner. It's been deemed as, quote, deferred pending additional investigation. This is USA News.
Like bones, your teeth lose density and become weaker over time, which can lead to tooth decay, and that can make your visit to the dentist feel like this. But if you want your dental visit to feel like this, try Crest Densify. Crest Densify actively rebuilds tooth density to extend the life of teeth by remineralizing enamel. Densify from Crest, the #1 toothpaste brand in America. Smile, Crest has you covered.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
A 39-year-old former Republican political candidate will remain jailed in New Mexico after allegedly plotting and carrying out violence against Democratic elected officials there last year. Solomon Pena faces nearly 24 charges now. New Mexico Secretary of State Maggie Toulouse Oliver.
We have to take a very strong proactive stance to protect our public officials.
Pena was ordered held without bond during his first court appearance Wednesday. His next hearing scheduled for about a month from now. President Biden says he has, quote, no regrets amid an ongoing investigation into his handling of classified documents.
I think you're going to find there's nothing there. I have no regrets. I'm following what the lawyers have told me they want me to do. There's no there.
After documents from his time as vice president were found at his Delaware home and an office, Biden noted his team is fully cooperating with the Justice Department's probe. Actor Alec Baldwin could have a tough legal road ahead following the decision from a New Mexico district attorney to charge the actor with 2 counts of involuntary manslaughter. Attorney and host of The Weekend, Michael Brown, says Baldwin's previous statements could hurt him in court.
Everything that he said, including the denials of shooting the gun, when in fact we know that he shot the gun, that's going to be used in the jury in the case before the jury.
Brown also says the district attorney's office likely was cautious in its decision because Baldwin is a high-profile actor. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go and pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we've really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know, it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're going to hear from all our friends. We're going to do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're going to hear from all our friends. We're going to do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We gonna hear from all our friends. We gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
With the flip of a switch, that's the way we get it started. All right, ready or not, here we go. So without further ado, are you ready? Ready for a Friday. All right, ready or not, here it comes. How we doing? Close out of Thursday. We will work our way respectively time zone to time zone into the Friday, the 20th day of January. Is it just me, or is another month just flying by? Here it is. Well, we'll be talking February before you know it. And, of course, looking forward to the weekend. What's on tap? A little bit of this, a little bit of that. Of course, for those who still have their teams in the mix, anxious for the next round of playoffs. It'll be another one of those Saturday, Sunday weekends. 8 teams will be whittled down to 4 by the time we come back here Sunday night into Monday morning to kick off the new week. And they will head into championship weekend to ultimately determine who goes to the big game, the Super Bowl. So we're looking ahead here Saturday, all right. Game number 1, 4:30 in the afternoon, Eastern time, of course. Jacksonville Jaguars, after the incredible comeback last weekend, still alive. They'll have their work cut out for them. They'll be facing one of the top seeds in the Kansas City Chiefs. The evening after the sun goes down, 8:15 p.m. Another big game. New York Giants teeing off against the Philadelphia Eagles. So both of those teams that had byes last weekend, Kansas City and Philadelphia, will be in action this weekend. Sunday, 2 more big games. Our beloved Cincinnati Bengals head up to Orchard Park, Buffalo, New York. 3 o'clock in the afternoon kickoff time for game number 1. And the nightcap closing things out. Only 4 games this weekend. Of course, the Dallas Cowboys move on to take on the San Francisco 49ers. That game slated to kick off 6:30 p.m. Sunday evening. It will undoubtedly be all sealed up. The deal will be done by the time we kick things off at the midnight hour Eastern time. All right, so that's the way we get it started. Welcome in, welcome aboard. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios in our secret bunker here in Southwest Ohio. What a difference a day can make. We're not quite down to the freezing mark yet, but the winds, it feels like we're down well into the low to mid-20s because the winds are still howling out there, gradually waning. But we indeed, as forecasters had told us, saw those wind gusts 50 miles per hour this past afternoon. Most of the stronger storms stayed north of us here. I'm not going to complain about that, but there were a number of severe thunderstorm warnings sweeping through the central portions of the state of Ohio. That system has now swept all the way to the East Coast. What we have now is the circulation is up toward the Great Lakes. So we still have some, the colder air is in place. Chicago, you saw a transition to a little bit of a mixed bag of precip. You may see a few snow showers off and on through the overnight hours because, there's still some lingering snow up there into parts of southern Wisconsin. From Green Bay over toward Rochester, Minnesota, Madison, Wisconsin, mostly lighter snow showers. It's been mostly a rainfall event, but the colder air is indeed coming in. Still looking at some shower activity, spotty showers in north central and northeast Ohio. Have one decent line of showers over westernmost reaches of New York, crossing down into north central, headed toward northeastern Pennsylvania. That's just plain old rain. The snow is coming down pretty significantly over in portions of Vermont, New Hampshire, and on up into Maine tonight. But the winds were the big story over the past day. Strong, of course, tens of thousands of power outages throughout the Great Lakes and Ohio Valley region. I'll try to pull up the latest numbers from Power Outage U.S. What do we see? Here in Ohio, the numbers actually coming down. Crews, of course, say they can't get out there and actually try to restore power when the winds are gusting to 50 miles per hour. Once the winds began to ease a bit, Ohio actually tops the list right now with over 22,000 still without power. Let's see. Elsewhere, Pennsylvania, just over 3,500, about 3,200 in West Virginia. So it's not all that bad. What do we see? Okay, the large storm that brought a variety of weather hazards to the midsection of the country this week. More than a million Americans at risk for severe weather. Of course, we saw several towns buried under feet of snow. From the Rockies to the Midwest, folks started shoveling their way out of the snow. Of course, communities across the southern states cleaning up the mess left behind. Look at some of the snowfall numbers. Of course, 24 hours ago, we were talking about some major interstate closures there in Colorado. Matter of fact, I-70 remained closed through the entire overnight. They started to get things open a little after 9:30 this past morning. So there were people stuck on I-70 for 16 hours in some cases. I mean, they had been advising, if you do have to travel, make sure you've got your winter survival kit, extra blankets, some food, some water, because you just don't know. Hopefully, those folks that were stuck out there for that duration of time had plenty of fuel in their tank to keep the car warm from time to time. I-70, I-76 as well. Multiple crashes involving more than 20 vehicles. A massive pileup near Strasburg, Colorado, just east of Denver. Semis came through here, obviously a little faster than they should. According to the State Patrol, lost control and just started a chain reaction of semi after semi colliding, jackknifing. Yet nobody's seriously injured, which is actually a miracle, they say. 2 truck drivers were taken to the hospital with minor injuries. But after that major accident, shutting down about a 150-mile stretch of I-70 from Denver to the Kansas state line, hazmat teams were on the scene trying to contain fuel spills. They noted another 50 or 60 semis were parked along the interstate, waiting out to get this pathway cleared for them. But as efforts to clear the crash continued all the way into Thursday morning, parts of the highway had been closed, as I mentioned, for more than 16 hours. Perilous conditions. A large section of I-76 were closed Wednesday as well. The storm-related closure also left a long line of stranded semi-trucks as crews continue to work clearing that highway. 76 was closed in both directions for about a 70-mile stretch. In the neighboring state of Nebraska, travel snarling snow led to multiple accidents across that state as well midweek Wednesday. Troopers had responded to 30 crashes and over 230 motorists needing assistance, off the road in the ditch and things of that nature. There were numerous road closures across Nebraska as well. On over into Wyoming, motorists had been advised avoid unnecessary travel. Some of the snow totals topping 4 feet across the Rockies. Looks like the top snowfall report came from Wolf Creek Ski Resort in Colorado, where 52 inches of snow was recorded this week. Now, Wolf Creek Ski Resort's about 10,300 feet above sea level in southwest Colorado. Crested Butte, Colorado, just north of Wolf Creek Ski Resort, picked up 48 inches of snow, so right there at 4 feet. In Nebraska, top snowfall report in that state was Kilfoyle Township, west of Omaha, at an elevation of about 2,600 plus feet, 23.7 inches, so just shy of 2 feet. There, in comparison, Portland, Maine, has received only 9.6 inches of snow this entire winter season, from October 1 of last year to mid-January. Yeah, so the accumulation there in Kilfoyle Township, more than double what Portland has received this winter in its entirety thus far. As the snow continued to track off to the east, heavy snow was falling across the UP of Michigan. Daybreak Thursday, the heavy snow accompanied with some lightning or thunder snow, which only happens during intense bouts of snow. Yeah, like what was reported across the upper Midwest Thursday morning. Thunder snow observed by the GEOS East weather satellite, which is outfitted with an instrument that detects those lightning strikes. Of course, on the warmer side of the storm, strong and in some cases severe thunderstorms dominated the weather from Texas to Ohio, Wednesday and Thursday both. Rainfall reports surpassing 3 inches of rain in the Mississippi Valley Wednesday. St. Francis, Arkansas, in the far northeast corner of the state, 3.10 inches of rain over a 36-hour period. Sikeston, Missouri, in the southeast corner of that state, right at 2.5 inches of rain recorded there. Indiana and Illinois, for some of the rainfall totals, just under 2.5 inches. Now, unlike Wednesday, there were no tornadoes actually confirmed across the system that delivered numerous tornadoes there on Wednesday. So coming up, we'll get a little break in the action, but for our friends in the Northeast, many of whom have been in what they call a snow drought thus far this winter, that may be on the cusp of changing. There are actually 2 systems that are likely to unload some snow across the interior Northeast between the now and the middle of next week. It's going to be more rain once again to much of the I-95 corridor. That's the zone that's really stuck in the snow drought. Travel disruptions from the rain and snow will be likely, though, as these storms finally take a break in California. The jet stream's going to shift, which will favor larger, more moisture-packed storms in the eastern portions of the country into next week. It'll be the track of those storms that ultimately determine where's the boundary between the rain and the snow going to settle in. But right now, they say it appears the boundary is going to set up north and west of I-95 for, looks like, both of these upcoming storms. But other areas will definitely see some pretty significant snowfall accumulations. On a Friday morning, it is 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Yeah, we always like to say hello to our friends checking in via Facebook. Yeah, just Facebook. Ain't no YouTube. And no, I saw somebody was asking any update on Rumble. Haven't heard anything further yet. We'll definitely let you know. Hello to Joe Self, though. Morning, Steve, and all the Overnight Drive listeners. Got a kind of a foggy 43 degrees. Winchester, Virginia. Everybody enjoy that weekend. Niagara Falls checking in, 42 outside. Got a new truck stop in Niagara Falls. I guess it's going up. Got 3 walls up. Okay, one at a time there. Good afternoon, Hammer Down. Larry is on board. Caitlin says, be safe, drive safe, love y'all. Very nice. Let's see, Roy, 32 degrees right now with the wind. Feels like 22 in Northwest Illinois. Debbie, a.k.a. the Idaho Rose, checks in from a snowy Bozeman, Montana tonight. Hello from the Michigan Mad Band. Big racing weekend at Eagle River, Wisconsin's Snowmobile Racing Championship. Steve, you can check it out on Flow Racing. What's his name? Scarecrow told me about some of the snowmobile racing. I did go over to check out the Wild West Shootout, watch several of those races this past day. Didn't get around to the snowmobile races, but I will definitely check some of that out. Very good. Hello to Doc Holliday, having a smoke on the fuel island. That's exactly what the smartest man in the world would do. So very good there, Doc. Good evening. Let's see. Gail replied, said, I'm having me a beer and a smoke. There you go. Gail, hello everyone from Longview, Texas. There's Lauren Weiss, 2-time world champion bull hauler. Morning, Steve. 32 degrees in Bloomsburg, Missouri. A special one-night-only shout-out to the Dipsy driver. Good morning from Colorado Springs, says Colleen. All right, 5-7 is on board. Copy the mail. Hello to Miss Millie. Morning, Steve, and everyone out there. 40 windy here in the Bracken County, Kentucky area. Everybody be safe out there. Have an amazing weekend. Leonard asks, how's Bubba Bo doing? Anyone know? You know, I honestly have not seen or heard any sort of an update, and I'm not in contact, so I have no idea. Hopefully things going well. Good morning from Tacoma, Washington. Daniel checks in with 36 degrees. Happy Friday, says Eskimo Mom. Technically for her, it's hump day, midweek. She's got several days yet to go. Howdy from Beaver Creek, Ohio. My load got canceled tonight, so I'm joining my other co-workers, having a piece together my night from whatever loads become available. Yeah, looks like it's trying to do something outside. We're breezy and still at 41 degrees. All right. And Gilligan, morning, Steve, and all the listeners out there. Things beginning to dry up at the Speedway in Martinsville, Virginia. Had some fog earlier north of Harrisonburg, Virginia. No fog right now. We're at 50 degrees. Everybody keep it shiny side up. Yeah, I guess I could say what a difference even 12 hours can make. About the noon hour this past day, the winds hadn't really kicked in, but we had some peaks of sunshine, and we were up to like 57 degrees outside the bunker here. So those areas east of us where you're hanging out at 50, get ready. That's going to be going down. We're at 37 now, and it's going to continue dropping through the overnight hours. All right, well, you know what? Monkey Gouger, I'm going to put you back on hold because I've got about a minute before we hit that bottom of the hour news break. But coming up, we'll get to some of the industry headlines, lots of updates to throw your way tonight. We have, I guess, officially hit our debt ceiling. Uh-oh. Yes, the U.S. government hit the $31.4 trillion with a T, trillion dollar borrowing limit this past day. So now with the gridlock in Washington, there's a bit of a standoff between the Republican-controlled House of Representatives and Joe Biden's Democrats that could possibly, question mark, lead to a fiscal crisis in a few months. We'll break down more on that, give you the details. We did get an update from the FAA. Remember the big computer issue they had, the outage, the system outage. They're giving their explanation of what they found thus far, what occurred to cause that. And, of course, plenty of industry headlines to throw your way. Here on a Friday morning, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. The Republican leader in the U.S. Senate can't precisely speak for his colleagues with the power of the purse in the U.S. House, but Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell is confident the U.S. will not default on its debt.
His comments come as the U.S. hit its debt ceiling on Thursday, prompting the Treasury Department to suspend new investments in some federal retiree funds. McConnell told reporters in Louisville, Kentucky.
In the end, I think the important thing to remember is that America must never default on its debt. It never has and never will.
I'm Dave Collins.
Missouri police on the hunt for 5 escaped inmates. The 5 men escaped the county corrections facility in Farmington, south of St. Louis, Tuesday night. Officers believe the inmates accessed the detention center's roof through a plumbing chase. All 5 then hopped in a stolen car parked out front. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Do you own an annuity, either fixed rate, indexed, or variable? Are you paying high fees and getting low returns? If so, Annuity General would like you to have this free book to learn the pitfalls and mistakes of buying an annuity. The Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers contains the little-known truths about annuities, like how to help reduce your fees and increase retirement income. And it's free. That's right, free. As a bonus, we'll also throw in a free annuity rate report just for calling. We researched over 1,000 annuities and summarized rates and benefits from financially strong insurers. You get Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers and the Annuity Rate Report, both absolutely free for calling Annuity General today. Hurry, supplies are limited. Call now.
800-790-4815. 800-790-4815. 800-790-4815. That's 800-790-4815.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration stains. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, on a Friday morning, TGIF, yes indeed, already. Hello to the Gunslinger in Virginia, where it is foggy on 81, 251 mile marker, I guess that is in Harrisonburg, Virginia. All right, slow down in the fog. Rodney checks in, 29 degrees in Stuart, Iowa tonight. And the Carolina Monkey Gouger checks in from somewhere out there. Where in the wide world of sports are we?
Hey, we playing Smokey and the Bandit tonight. You got a copy over there, Bandit?
Yes, we do. What's going on? Eastbound and down?
We know about it down. I got 44,000 pounds of this Colorado Kool-Aid. We fit to crash in Armadillo, Texas.
Aha, Colorado Kool-Aid, like a.k.a. Coors Light?
No, Bubba, this is the stuff in the gold can, man. This is the gold can with the red top, them yellow jackets, baby. The good stuff.
Coors.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. They're going to be a bunch of happy rednecks when they start unloading my truck in the morning.
I hear you. What's happening?
Hey, man, everything going good. Just cruising along here, you know, and big crash in the Amarillo up here, and just motoring along, man. It's just one of them beautiful nights out here in the panhandle of Texas. Stars is out, and wind ain't blowing very much. Kind of an enjoyable ride tonight compared to it was last night.
Sounds good, yeah.
But, Steve, have you been keeping up with any of this Alec Baldwin trial?
I see that he is going to be charged with involuntary manslaughter, apparently, and I guess he could face. I'm seeing 18 months in prison, if memory serves.
Well, the thing that got me is what that district attorney said. Said his boss man told him that, remember, Alec Baldwin is a high-profile movie actor. Now, when in the hell did the law ever say, you know, if you're a high-profile movie actor, you get a free pass for killing somebody?
Yeah, all right. Yeah, well, nobody. I thought the prosecutor said nobody's above the law, but
you know, they was playing something earlier about it, and the thing that gets me is this is that double standards that we've been talking about. You know, about the high and the mighty get to walk, and then the poor people, you know, get slammed in jail or fined out the ass. I mean, you know, I'm a high-profile driver. You ready to go give me a break on my next speeding ticket? Hell no.
I mean, it's been nearly, I'm thinking, hasn't it been almost a year now? And, I mean, technically they haven't even filed charges till now, or if they even have yet?
Right. I mean, I tell you, man, that thing kind of flooded my Levi's up tonight when I heard that. I said, what in the hell? You know, this is what they're talking about up there right now. Everybody raising hell about this double standard.
Right.
And it just floored me. But everything, you know, is looking good. But the other thing have you been looking at this comment period that the FMSCA's got coming up on these brokers and this double brokering and all of this?
Yeah, when is that supposed to be? The 24th, isn't it? They're going to publish it, and then there'll be a 60-day comment period.
Right. Well, what they need to do is stop all this out of the country brokering with these people, these foreigners over there. Make it be in America. If you ain't set up in America, you don't deal in American commerce.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's the way I look at it. But what really got me was I got a shotgun. I bought it 3 years ago, and the thing started hanging up, and I thought I had got it fixed. I took it to my gunsmith, and he looked at it. He said, "Oh, it's your injector." He said, I'll file it down for you and it'll go to work. And well, that just compounded the problem.
Uh-oh.
So I called this hotline for this shotgun, and you ain't never gonna guess what happened to answer the telephone. Oh yeah, the Indian call center. And this woman got on there and said, "My name is Shelley. How can I help you?" I said, "You can't help me." I said, "I want to talk to somebody that can talk English. I want an American person on this here telephone." "I'm an American." "Well, you sure don't sound American to me." I said, "Where you located at?" And she told me some blah country over yonder in India, town or whatever.
Yeah.
I said, "Well, I want to talk to an American that is highly trained on this shotgun." "Hold on a minute." 45 minutes later, this guy got on there and said, "This is Jim. Can I help you?" I said, "Yeah." I said, "You sure can, buddy." So I told him what was going on with the gun. And he said, "Well, that gun guaranteed for 100,000 rounds or 5 years." And he said, "If you'll send it back to us," he said, "we'll replace whatever's going wrong with it." And I said, "You mean tell me I've been on hold for 45 minutes and you going to tell me you going to replace what's wrong with it? You mean you wasted 45 minutes of my time to tell me that? How about you just send me the parts and I'll fix the damn thing?" He said, "No, I can't do that." I said, "Well, what do we got to do?" And oh man, it is a rigmarole to get this gun to go up yonder to Utah. I said, "Forget it." I said, "Next time I select a brand of shotgun, it won't be that one, buddy."
Uh-oh.
So, I mean, I am just sick and tired of when you call somebody, you get transferred to India, you got the list of somebody. I told that woman, I don't understand a word you saying. So, anyway, that's about all I got for tonight, big buddy. Everything else is going good.
All right. Well, you've been out there for a week in the new year. You going to be out there for more than a week, or you're going to be heading back to the Marina Del Rey for a week off?
Oh, No, buddy, guess what? I'm loading direct. I'm talking about to my front door. I couldn't be no closer. I'll be home Monday. Guess what? Take another week off to shoot them ducks, 'cause it's the last of the season. And, whoa, we're going to burn some feathers up here for the next couple of days. So, yeah, I got my Johnny Carson contract going, and then we're going to go home and set for the following Sunday, come back out and do it all over again, hero.
All right. Well, we'll look forward to the next call, whenever that might be. Be safe, though. Have a good weekend.
Hey, you enjoy your weekend, too, buddy, and I'll talk to you later.
Thank you for checking in. There you go. The world-famous Carolina monkey gouger. All right. So, yeah, the report, Alec Baldwin, has finally formally been charged with involuntary manslaughter on the movie Armorer. Let's see. Hannah Gutierrez Reed will also face charges for the shooting. It was October of 20. It's been well over a year. Now, they'll each be charged with 2 counts of involuntary manslaughter. Remains unclear what kind of sentencing they would receive if found guilty. But the statement, after a thorough review of the evidence and the laws of the state of New Mexico, I've determined that there is sufficient evidence to file criminal charges against Alec Baldwin and other members of the Rust film crew. That's New Mexico's first judicial district attorney. On my watch, no one is above the law, and everyone deserves justice. The evidence clearly shows a pattern of criminal disregard for safety on the film set of Rust. Now, in New Mexico, there's no room for film sets that do not take our state's commitment to gun safety and public safety seriously, says the special prosecutor assigned to the case. Yes, there was a different report. I believe it said maybe 18 months in jail. I may need to be corrected on that, but I believe that's what I saw. All right. Hey there. Happy Friday, Horse Feathers. It worked.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that was all I had to do was put the star 67 and then the 844-844-3388 there, and then that's what we did. So was I anonymous or did
yes.
Yes. Okay.
But I do see. So, I see Horse Feathers. We'll find out if everything you said is there, but that's all that's there. None of that 1,000 -- stuff.
All right. So anyways, on the news there, on the Lester Holt, who's what are they calling him now? America's Anchorman, I think they're calling him. Anyways, but he referred to the weapon that was used on the Rust movie set as a prop gun. What's the difference between a prop gun and a real gun? Wouldn't a prop gun not fire projectiles or
Correct.
Be able to be loaded with the rounds?
Yep.
So I'm thinking it wasn't a prop gun. I'm thinking it was a real gun. You know, they're very quick to want to ban assault rifles and all these other guns and all that, but you know, when they're trying to protect one of their own, it's just a prop gun. It wasn't a real gun. It was just a movie prop. No, it shot and killed somebody. It was a real gun. And you know, back to the point that Alec Baldwin said he didn't pull the trigger. It doesn't matter. It's where you point the gun. I mean, any type of gun, you do not point at anything you don't want to kill with it. So I don't know. It just yeah. So anyways, but I think you had that right. I'm pretty sure the 18 months is there and that, and I don't know. I lost a lot of respect for Alec Baldwin there with all his Saturday Night Live bits there that he did there a few years ago and all that, and it's just him and who's the other one there? The Italian type gentleman there, Robert. What's his name there? The one with the mole on the side of his face. You know who I mean? De Niro, right?
Yeah, Robert De Niro. Yeah, for his hatred of all of his F Trump.
Yeah, yep. Yeah, you know, we're you know, his opinion is all that matters, and what anybody else is insufficient. And if you don't believe things his way, then I guess you can go the way of what he wants Trump to do. So, but anyways, there. So after the news got done last night, we were sitting there eating dinner, and you know the guy Rawson there that has this thing called the Rawson Report. He kind of tells people, you know, how to buy things at a good price, and you know where there's scams and stuff like that. And he got comparing the gasoline internal combustion engine vehicles to the electric vehicles, and you know what's a better deal, and you know what's going to be good for you, and all that. And so they start out that the electric car, the EV car, is about $20,000 more investment than the internal combustion engine car.
Mm-hmm.
But so anyways, they go through a few other things, and so they say it costs you about $60 or $75 to fill up the internal combustion gasoline car there when you pull up to the pump, but it only costs you $10 to charge your electric vehicle. But nobody's really made mention that you have to pay like $5,000 or $7,000 for the charging unit to put in your house to be able to plug the car into, and then they never did any comparison. They just talked about the full fill up, you know, or fully charged battery, but they never said how far you'd go. They didn't say if the car that took $60 worth of gasoline would go 400 or 600 miles on that gas, and if the electric car would only go 200 or 300 miles. And then, of course, they made no comparison to loads. So if the initial mileages were for, which they didn't give anyways, were for just the driver alone in the vehicle, or whether it was a full family in the vehicle with all their luggage going on a 2-week vacation, or if they were towing a boat.
Well, how about was there any mention of the amount of time of your life? We all have a finite amount of time to live. And if I'm going to pull into the petrol station and fill up and be gone in 5 minutes, versus what is the value of my time and my life worth if I have to sit there for 1.5 to 2 hours to charge my electric vehicle?
No, I don't believe that was in there either, because I think they were just talking that, you know, you'd have your full charge by plugging your car in when you went to bed or when you got home in the evening, and when you wanted to leave in the morning, it'd be fully charged.
Sure.
So, but you know, nothing about being on a trip and having to recharge, you know, like if you're trying to drive to California or Florida or something like that, what would happen if you were on your way somewhere? No, they neglected to say anything about that. And then my point after that is after they gave all that up, they never mentioned the resale value, you know, because if you're going to have that, if you're going to pay that $20,000 extra for that car, that means you should really try to keep it longer. But if you keep it longer, that means the battery is going to be worn out, and the car is going to be worth nothing because it's going to need a battery replacement.
10 years in, you're going to have to fork over another $20,000, and it'll probably be $30,000 10 years from now.
Yep, and then no mention of the strip mining for the natural resources to produce the batteries, and nothing about having to dispose of the highly toxic, probably hazardous materials batteries, and no way to get rid of them or recycle them, and nothing about any of that there. So,
and I bet
Rawson,
there was no mention of the fact that when you plug that electric cord in there, that a majority of the electricity being delivered into that vehicle was generated by either coal or fossil fuels. Did they mention that?
No, but Pappy came up with the cure to that, because when them windmills out there in the ocean are spinning about 1,000 miles an hour, you are going to have one heck of a charging unit set up out there. So no, we're not going to have to rely on the fossil fuel, the coal or natural gas burning plants, because you got them windmills out there. You know, what's going to happen when them windmills go that fast and it blows all the water? You know, maybe that's how Martha's Vineyard is going to be underwater. Is those windmills are going to have so much wind speed going, they're going to push the water up on shore a mile inland or something. I don't know. Maybe you can find out more and get more detail. I don't know if that Rawson report's online, if they put that online, but anyways, yeah, I used to have a little bit of respect for him, but he definitely is drinking the left side Kool-Aid, and maybe he's drinking the store brand Kool-Aid, because he was saying how you could save money drinking, getting store brand products over the name brand
generic.
So maybe we can't say Kool-Aid anymore either. I don't know. But with all that, I think we got most of the rain showers pushed through here in the Baltimore area, and hopefully you're going to start drying out overnight, see what we can do. And I don't know, I think you said there might be some breeze come in, but our weather prognosticator, I guess that's what you call them, isn't it, there from the handed down from the AccuWeather gods there, has said we have had all above normal temperatures since way back on the 27th of December. And our snowfall for the year is, I think one day we might have had a few flurries anyways. I don't even know if we got a trace. But that's our snowfall for the year here. So I guess with all that, maybe we can get out there and let's make a show of it. And I guess out there for Eskimo Mom, hey, Becky, what day is it?
Yeah, right.
What day is it?
Yeah, there you go. Happy hump day for Becky, Friday for me. Hello to Cliff. Good morning. Everybody be safe, you said. 37 degrees in the far side of southeast Hamilton County, Ohio. Pappy is on board. Monkey Gouger live on the air. The number one manure hauler in the country. I say that with love. Hammer down, be safe. The winds are a-kicking. And Marianne joins us. Happy Friday to everyone out there. Having a smoke on the fuel island. Just what who might very well be the smartest man in the world would do.
Well, I might be, because it was almost 80 degrees down here today, and I was walking out on the beach in my shorts, and I was thinking, I bet Steve Summers would like to be out here on this beach in his shorts and this hot sun bearing down on me down here in Mississippi today. Yep.
You just called to rub it in? Is that it?
Yeah, just rub it in a little bit. It was real nice down here today. The storms didn't come through like they said they were going to come through down here in Mississippi, and the sun came out today, and there was a cloud in the sky, and it was just so warm down here. I mean, had to put my shorts on out there barefooted in the sand. And I tell you what, Steve, it was just a beautiful day down here in Mississippi today.
Life's tough sometimes, huh?
It was, but somebody had to do it, so I figured I'd be the one to volunteer to go out there on the beach, pick up a few seashells, and, just set my ass in the sand, my toes in the water for a little while. The water was a little cool, though, still.
Yeah.
So I couldn't go swimming. But other than that, it was pretty good. No more updates on Sugar Bear yet. I didn't talk to Antoinette or Sugar Bear today, but I think he's supposed to go home tomorrow if he didn't go today. And she said they plan on trying to let him play a little poker this weekend with the boys and all that. And he's kind of, stable from what he was a few days ago. He ain't got no worse, but ain't got no better either. But so he's still hanging in there. So that's prayers for Sugar Bear.
Okay.
And other than that, I'm getting ready to go to bed, Steve. I've had a long day. I don't know. I'll probably have to, get under the sheet tonight. Might not have to get under the blanket.
Okay, yeah.
Down here, so just wanted to rub it in.
Are you gonna stop? You gonna stop by at the casino down there by the beach while you're there? Or?
Well, Steve, now I can't be in southern Mississippi and not go by a casino.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, I can't do that. But, I still hit a casino every now and then, no more than twice a week, but I still hit them every now and then.
Okay.
But the World Series of Poker, I'm still wanting to do that. I haven't done that. That's one of my goals in life, to get out there. Actually, I played in some of the smaller tournaments in the World Series, but never played in the main event. So that's still my goal. Maybe this summer I may go. So if I do, I'll let you know.
Are you going to make it to Louisville for the truck show this year? You thought about that or no?
I don't know. Are you going?
Oh, yeah, we're going to be there. Yeah, we're not going to be doing a live broadcast like we did last year because we had too many technical issues with the live feed. We're going to record like we used to, record throughout the day and play it back at night.
Yeah, I may make it. If I see I can get headed in an area, I may try to go. Maybe old Monkey Gouch will be there too. Some of the rest of the guys, maybe they'll be there too.
Yeah,
It'd be good to see everybody.
It's been a while since you've been there.
Oh yeah, I know. I think the last time I went was burnt beans was still cooking in the parking lot.
Yeah, that's probably the one. That's the one where somebody that was rooming next door to me had to climb the balcony, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, when I climbed the balcony and walked over to your room because I locked myself out of the room. I'll never forget that. Sure did. In my underwear too.
Yes, in his tidy whities. Somebody knocking on the balcony door and saying, "Who the hell was knocking on the door?" It's Doc Holliday got locked out on his balcony in his tidy whities, no less.
I'll never forget that. I forgot all about that, but I'll never forget it since you mentioned it.
Yep.
But anyway, I'm going to let you go, Steve, and y'all have a great night. And any more updates from Sugar Bear, I'll get back with you and let you know.
All right. Appreciate you keeping us up to speed. There you go. All right. We got to get a news break as we close out hour number one. It is 844-3388. Yeah, we may have to everybody get on board the Al Gore bandwagon. Yeah, of course, he spoke at the Davos there in Switzerland. Rain bombs and boiling oceans. More on that coming up here. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News. I'm Ryan Daniels. The Republican leader in the U.S. Senate expressing confidence there will be no U.S. government defaulting on its debt. Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell said Thursday it's never happened before and it never will.
Yeah. And it's always a rather contentious effort.
On Thursday, the U.S. Treasury Department began taking extra measures to ensure there's enough money to meet debt obligations through at least June 5th. President Biden says all is well, despite an investigation into his handling of classified documents found at his Delaware home and in an office.
We found a handful of documents were filed in the wrong place. We immediately turned them over to the archives and the Justice Department. We're fully cooperating, looking forward to getting this resolved quickly.
He made the comments Thursday while touring recent storm damage in California. A special counsel has been appointed to oversee the inquiry. The Federal Emergency Management Agency is announcing additional federal disaster assistance for California in the wake of that historic and deadly rainstorm. Under the major disaster declaration issued January 14th, FEMA promised to pick up 75% today. The president is ordering that the federal government share be increased to 100%. Several states considering bans on the social media platform TikTok, but Texas is trying to go a bit farther.
Texas wants to ban TikTok from any computer network or server in the entire state university system.
Banning TikTok does not mean propaganda and manipulation are going to go away.
That's Sam Woolley, who leads the Propaganda Research Lab at the University of Texas in Austin. And Woolley says a ban wouldn't stop students from watching the Chinese-owned video site anyway. They just do it on their own phones using their own data plans. I'm Rich Johnson.
This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
Following some Republican calls for his impeachment, Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas says his team is doing the best they can with a flawed immigration system.
We're executing a comprehensive strategy to secure our borders and build a safe, orderly, and humane immigration system.
His comments came Thursday during the U.S. Conference of Mayors meeting in D.C. A black Michigan school board member facing backlash over what some call a racist tweet. Keisha Hamilton began a tweet last month with, "Whiteness is so evil," and then referred to whiteness as, quote, dishonest.
How can children with white heritage feel safe when a board member posts racist statements against whiteness and white tropes?
That was apparent at the Jackson Public Schools Board meeting calling for Hamilton's resignation. Additional security was present after anti-Hamilton flyers were circulated in Jackson, which is near Ann Arbor. Supporters of Florida Governor Ron DeSantis are reportedly planning to spend millions of dollars to boost the Republicans' national profile ahead of a potential 2024 presidential bid. The Financial Times reports the Political Action Committee, Ready for Ron, intends to file a report with the Federal Election Commission outlining the expenditures. The group aims to spend more than $3 million over the next 6 months on a national TV campaign and other promotions to build up DeSantis' profile. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Streaming on Peacock.
Fellas, I'm getting married.
From the creator of The Best Man and The Best Man Holiday.
Come with us to Quinn's wedding. Guaranteed to put a smile on your face.
And executive producer of Insecure.
They want to make unfinished business into a movie.
That book caused a lot of drama. Get your popcorn ready.
It's gonna be just like old times, only better. The Best Man, The Final Chapters. A new limited series. Streaming now. Only on Peacock.
Let's get lit!
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
EDT Plus Winter Defense is scientifically proven to prevent fuel gelling and icing, reduce the fuel line freeze-ups down to minus 40 degrees Fahrenheit, improve cold starts, increase diesel fuel lubricity, and increase cetane for more power and better fuel economy.
Improve performance and protect your truck from failure in cold temperatures with Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense.
Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, welcome back. Hour number 2 on a Friday. Here we go. What do we got? Let's see. Hello to Brain Dead. Says, hope you had have a good weekend. It's been a long week here. Still not feeling the best trying to get over this crud that Dingbat gave me. I did send you my Dumbass of the Week nominee. As now it's time to ride to Little Rock and deal with incompetent part number 2. Okay. Yeah, he did send me a doozy of a DA of the Week nominee. Hillbilly Tex, I hope you got a good nap in there. He said, just woke up. We've got 48, clear skies. Happy Friday, everyone, from Exit 81 off the Big 75. Tipping the hat, ringing the cowbell. And who else did we have? Dipsy Driver on board. Good morning, Steve, and the most informed audience. 37, a little light rain here in Stockbridge, Michigan. I missed who it was that gave me a shout-out this morning, but thank you very much. All right, that was, of course, Lauren Weiss, 2-time world champion bull hauler. A one-night-only shout-out to you, Dipsy Driver. Everybody, stay safe out there. Have a great weekend. Appreciate what you drivers, first responders, and military, active or retired, do for all of us. Thank you to all. All right, there's Big John. Morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. Thanks for all you do for the men and women out there who get it done during the overnight hours. Yes, indeed. That's our audience. All right, thanks for all those checking in this morning. One more here. Who we got? Scooter. Says, Steve, Judge Janine Pirro interviewed the prosecutor this past day and said they're looking at 6 years in prison if convicted because it's involuntary manslaughter with a gun charge. All right. So, like I said, I thought I had read somewhere 18 months, but again, I may stand corrected. And he did say the wind is still cranking and a little bit of snow here in Braverman, Ohio, exit 135 off of I-75. Hey, be careful out there. Watch those bridges and overpasses, right? See if we can scroll down and pull up it's Brain Dead's DA of the Week nominee. She was so bombed, she blew up a house. A Canadian woman who caused $10 million in damages after driving drunk, crashing into a house, and causing an explosion is now suing the concert venue that provided her alcoholic beverages, as she claims the owners are at least partly to blame. The car bomb fiasco actually occurred August of 2019. While Daniela Leese, 26 years old, was driving home from a Marilyn Manson concert at the Budweiser Gardens Arena in London, Ontario. After drinking at the show and getting behind the wheel, she crashed her Ford Fusion, which was registered to her father, into a brick home, rupturing a gas line, triggering a massive explosion that destroyed 4 houses and injured 7 people. The falling embers led to blazes in several homes nearby. The entire neighborhood had to be evacuated with gas and water service shut off in the area. All told, the blast reportedly caused damages in the neighborhood of $19.8 to $14.7 million. The financial impact of Ms. Lee's actions have been enormous, with a total damage estimate approaching $15 million, says the judge. Meanwhile, victims include 2 police officers and 2 firefighters who suffered numerous injuries. One firefighter forced to spend more than a week in a hospital before being discharged. She subsequently pled guilty to 4 counts of impaired driving, was slapped with a 3-year prison sentence in 21. But she wasn't about to throw away her shot at easing the financial strain. This month, she and her father filed a lawsuit against Ovations Ontario Food Services, the company that distributed the hooch. They claimed that they were the purveyors and they share liability for the blast on the ground that the staffers ejected her from the venue while failing to take steps to ensure she wouldn't drive home. She also alleged that Ovations had served her alcohol while they were aware that she was intoxicated, putting profit above safety, and that the resulting damage was caused or contributed to by negligence, breach of duty, and breach of contract by the bar. Oh, boy. As reparations, they believe the booze distributor is responsible for any awards or judgment amounts resulting from multiple court claims levied against them by the victims. That is, if the father-daughter duo is required to pay any amount, then they're entitled to contribution and indemnity from Ovations. So I guess that saga will continue for some time. You see where the judge takes that. Where does personal responsibility come into play? But there is also, I do realize, there is responsibility for establishments that serve alcohol. So that could be an interesting one. Meanwhile, plenty of room for you at 844-3388. We talked a bit last evening, Al Gore speaking at the the big world gathering there in Davos, Switzerland. His wild predictions that the earth will face rain bombs, boiling oceans, just the latest. And of course, it's been decades of this climate alarmism from Gore. Well, here's where the interesting part comes in. You always say, follow the money. At the same time, the former vice president has been at the forefront of green technology investment that has seen his wealth balloon to an estimated $330 million. 4 years after losing to George W. Bush back in the year 2000, Gore set up something known as Generation Investment Management with a former Goldman Sachs managing director and a close friend of his, Dave Blood. The mission statement from the investment firm, where Gore actually collects $2 million in a monthly salary, is to back companies that are making strides toward going green. Now, that firm is worth about $36 billion. He proudly said of his role at the fund when it launched was that of kind of a figurehead saying, I'm not a stock picker. But between 2008 and 2011, that firm generated roughly $218 million in profits to be split among its 26 partners. As a founder, Gore had a large stake in the profits. That firm owns millions of shares in companies like Amazon, Microsoft, Google's parent Alphabet, the finance giant Charles Schwab, and the tractor king John Deere. The group has also invested in lesser-known companies like Motivate, the company behind the New York's City Bike, and the Taiwan electric scooter maker Gogoro. Gore spoke to Wired magazine in 2017, to which he admitted among the first companies that Generation invested in was BP, British Petroleum, although he said the fund pulled back prior to the Deepwater Horizon disaster in the Gulf of Mexico back in 2013. In 2004, when the firm launched, Gore was lecturing about the perils of climate change. including speaking at one of the premieres of the heavily criticized climate disaster movie, The Day After Tomorrow. Well, those lectures would lead to him being given the starring role in the 2006 Oscar-winning documentary An Inconvenient Truth, which, of course, has generated controversy for years, outrage that film was shown to school students throughout the U.S. and the U.K. Gore's Democrat Party ties also criticized for politicizing climate issues. All the while, the Tennessee native was making millions of dollars lecturing the world on how humanity was losing the war against climate change. He told the World Economic Forum 3 years ago, this is thermoplate. This is Dunkirk. This is the Battle of the Bulge. This is September 11. All talking about climate change. We have to rise to the occasion. Move forward to November of 21 at the UN Summit on Climate Change. He compared the world's complacency on climate change to the way it failed to seriously take the threat of fascism in the 1930s. We're now experiencing the consequences of the climate crisis in every part of the world. The scientists warned us that these consequences were coming, and that was, of course, speaking at the World Economic Forum this week. All those years and those predictions that were made many years ago should already have many of our coastal areas under several feet of water by this point in time, but all right, Bourbon Street, Gary checks in. Good morning, Steve, and the Overnight Drive crew doing my usual run. Everybody be safe out there. Have a good weekend. Thank you much, Gary. Safe travels to you as well. We should get to 5-7 coming up here next, after which clear lines at 844-844-3388.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, let me see here. Let me take this opportunity to say hello to our friends at TNC Radio.live. Happy Friday from TNC Radio.live, broadcasting 24/7 from the shadow of the Johnson Space Center, Houston, Texas. And, of course, hey, it's time for a keyword, right? Our $1,000 Daily Driver Bonus Giveaway, the nationwide contest involving multiple radio stations. We've teamed up with TNCRadio.live. Your keyword here for Friday is cash. Very simple, cash, C-A-S-H. I'll take the cash, $1,000 for that matter. Of course, Uncle Sam's going to take his cut first, but yeah, go to TNCRadio.live or use the TNCRadio.live app. Click on contest, enter your cash keyword, and it's as simple as that. Coming up this Friday morning, right after the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, it's Mind Your Truckin' Business. Then it's a fresh episode of the newest show in the TNC Radio lineup, Highway Fever, with Charlie Claiborne. Charlie tells about his run-in with the Selma tornado last week. Then he and several others talk about the new North American Driver Resource Association. What makes this group different? Finally, coming up 7 a.m. Eastern, catch an updated Truckers Network radio show with Shelley Johnson, talking with the St. Christopher's Truckers Relief Fund team about diabetes prevention this week. All coming your way on TNCRadio.live. All right, 5-7 on a Friday. Good morning.
Yeah. Well, first off, I made a misspeak yesterday. I was backing in onto a truck dump in the dark with a 88,000-pound load of sawdust and tried to keep from cutting my tires, and I made a one-sentence mistake, and it caused a row. But it's neither here nor there. It seems like they maybe totally missed out on the rest of the points, but that's good. All right, the story I was catching this morning, and I'm sitting there watching the news. It's coming down on their heads. CNN had only registered something like 700,000 people watching. That's just incredible. The liberal media is suffering, and the conservative media. It will be funny one day that we'll have to go to CNN to get our conservative news. The fact is, Benny Johnson, his program played a video. I didn't share it to your fan page because it was about 30 minutes long, but it was showing all the situations that the Bidens are in right now. I mean, they're turning on each other. About who's responsible for this and who's responsible for that. And I thought, that in itself is not a good sign. It's never a good sign. I don't want to see all this, I want to see justice, but it's a pressure on them to stop this ridiculous attack on Trump. And I really don't want to see Trump run again. I'd rather see DeSantis. I'd rather hear have a president that can speak for me better than Trump does. And, like I said, I'd like to see that. There was a point I was trying to make on that. They were talking about, which you've already have, the debt ceiling. And it's really going to be hard for the Republicans to fight the new debt ceiling when they signed on to the omnibus bill. And they knew it was going to be a problem, but they signed on to it. Mm-hmm. So if they go to fight it right now, it's going to be egg on their faces. The point I think they were making was right now there's a lot of issues, legal issues. There's a lot of stuff that they could handle, and it's important to get truth out to the American people and hold people accountable, and don't let this end up
being the camouflage to bury what's coming down the pike. They say there's really nothing they can do about it until September, when the House will actually have the ability to write the checkbook. So what we got now is what's coming up the pike, I guess. What they also said is if we don't pay our bills, it could cause a worldwide depression. So thank you, Democrats and Republicans, swamp people that signed us into this mess. And, we're just going to have to sit back and unlike Jerry Nadler, like you said last night when I hung up, I'm going to sit back and eat chicken. But unlike the politicians up there, I'm not authorized to sit around and drink alcohol on my job. So we're going to sit back, eat chicken, and enjoy this shift show we got going on up there. And hopefully that we'll get some truth out. And CNN's losing its people because the truth is getting out there, and people are starting to see this stuff starting to hit them in the pocketbook at the grocery stores. So, unfortunately, if that's some people's God is their wallet. But if that's what it takes, we might get through this a whole lot better than we thought. So, other than that, this is 5-7. We're out. We're going to sit back and enjoy the rest of the show.
All right, get that job done. You're multitasking there, working hard, working for a living on a Friday morning. Let's see. Hey, Steve, happy Friday from Dingbat. Hope all is well. I think Mother Nature forgot to take her meds or something. Just checking in to get the DA of the Week nominee from my lovely partner in crime, Brain Dead. Sure did. We shared that just a few minutes ago. Hope all is well. Have a great night. I'll try to call in Monday morning. Everybody have a great weekend. Thank you, Dingbat. You do the same. Thanks, Brain Dead, for our DA of the Week nominee. It's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. Singer-songwriter David Crosby is dead at the age of 81. Crosby was the founding member of influential 60s rock bands, The Byrds, and Crosby, as well as Stills and Nash, which later became Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young. He formed Crosby, Stills & Nash in 1968, and their first album was an instant success, winning them a Grammy for Best New Artist. The group later added Neil Young and recorded their hit album Deja Vu, which peaked at number 1 of the Billboard 200. On Thursday, his wife released a statement to Variety announcing he died surrounded by family after battling a long illness. Netflix says it's putting limitations on account sharing over the next few months. The change will limit an account to users within one household instead of being shared with multiple external users. Sharing outside the home can still be done, but it will require an extra unknown fee be paid. I'm Julio Flores, USA News.
Attention timeshare owners. Tired of the financial stress? Were you misled by the salesperson? Don't or can't use your timeshare anymore? If any of these apply to you, then you may qualify for timeshare cancellation and get the relief you need now. Timeshare Defense Attorneys is the #1 affordable fixed-fee legal solution in the country, with an A+ Better Business Bureau rating. That's certainly better than my grades. They even offer a 100% client satisfaction guarantee. Let one of their experienced lawyers evaluate your case and explain the process. If they take you as a client, they'll work on your case until it's resolved in your favor, guaranteed. Expect great service and a close working relationship with your lawyer, keeping you informed every step of the way, protecting your rights, interests, and even your credit. It's that simple. Even a kid like me can understand it. The consultation is free. Call today.
800-875-1853. 800-875-1853. That's 800-875-1853.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at HotShotSecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, next round of the playoffs coming up here Saturday, Sunday. As 8 teams remain, we'll whittle that down to 4. Several people posted via social media. The future has arrived. Every starting quarterback left in the playoffs was born in the 1990s. Yeah, I guess barring injury, suffice it to say, everybody starting in the Super Bowl. Every quarterback will be born in the 90s. Dak Prescott, born 1993, Cowboys. Kansas City's Patrick Mahomes, born in 95. Joe Burrow and Josh Allen, Bengals and Buffalo, who will face off this weekend, both born in 96. Daniel Jones with the Giants, born in 97. Jalen Hurts, born in 98. Trevor Lawrence with the Jaguars, born in 1999, as was Brock Purdy, 1999. All starting quarterbacks, 1990s. I guess an interesting little tidbit. The future has arrived, which kind of makes me feel like I am getting old. Uh-oh. You think your winter's cold? I know much of the country. Aside from that really, really bitter Siberian Express outbreak we had just prior to Christmas, most of us have enjoyed temperatures a bit above normal this winter here in the lower 48. It's not that case around the world. Temperatures in the world's coldest city have plunged to minus 80.9 degrees Fahrenheit. 81 below? Yeah, the coldest in more than 2 decades, according to meteorologists. That just 2 days after the city's previous set record of minus 58 degrees Fahrenheit was set. We're talking the capital city of Russia's Sakha Republic in eastern Siberia. Yeah, widely identified as being one of the coldest places in the world. Of course, large parts of Russia right now experiencing record low temperatures, and Yakutsk is seeing an abnormally long cold snap. January is typically the city's coldest month, although most are accustomed to freezing temperatures. Yeah, residents obviously having to take extra precautions to keep warm. Yeah, winters can be extreme, even by Russian standards. Experts say the extreme cold poses serious physical risk. The air is actually cold enough to numb exposed skin. Frostbite is a constant hazard. You cannot fight the cold. According to one resident, you either adjust and dress accordingly or you're going to suffer. Layering up. Selling frozen fish at the local market. Imagine, they've got open air markets. Selling, and it's 80 below outside. You talk about frozen fish. It's not a good idea to walk out in the streets in the winter when the temperatures fall below 40 degrees Celsius. In 2018, they say it got so cold that some residents said their eyelashes froze. Now, what surprises me is the sheer number of people that live there, with a population of roughly 355,500. Believe it or not, Yakutsk is one of Russia's most rapidly growing regional cities. Who in the hell would want to live there? The city actually sits on continuous permafrost, a layer of frozen ground consisting of soil, gravel, and sand that's usually bound together by ice under Earth's surface. Many homes are built on concrete pillars. It's also known for the history of mining activities. Major exports include diamonds and coal. Okay. Due to its intensely subarctic climate, tourism plays a much smaller role in contributing to the local economy. You'd think that is not on my bucket list. I have no wish or desire to visit any place that's going to hit 50, let alone 80 below zero. That's nuts. Yeah, it may be warm somewhere else, but it's always cold elsewhere. Good morning, Senor.
Good morning, Senor. Yeah, that's just a little chilly, isn't it? Good night. 80 below. Well, Steve, you made the comment about feeling old, getting old, and I hate to tell you this, but we are.
Yep.
Yeah, so, just as soon as the Santa Fe County prosecutors made that announcement at 9 a.m. Mountain Time, I was Johnny on the spot trying to get that news out. So, he can try it and weasel his way out of saying, well, I didn't mean to pull the trigger. I mean, this one lady said it was a cold weapon.
Yep.
That man has been in more movies that had guns. Biggest one I can think of right off the bat is the Search for Red October, or the Hunt for Red October. When he played Jack Ryan opposite Sean Connery. Anybody with a half a damn brain knows, even if you're told it's clear, you still take a look-see and make sure there ain't nothing in there to go wrong. And even when you see it's empty, you don't pull the trigger like, watch this. As stupid as that man is, with handling firearms. I wouldn't even give him a damn water pistol for the fear he might drown somebody. So, anyway, so I hope that they go through, and I hope they give both him and the armorer. Well, I hope y'all understood I was saying armorer. So, anyways, I hope they give her, both of them, the maximum sentence, because you don't have live ammunition out there. Good night. All right. Well, we've got a crazed fool out here in Albuquerque. I'm sure y'all heard about, that was shooting up Democrat houses because he lost a race. Of course, he's a MAGA Republican, or so he says, and he may be, but I do not like the idea of being lumped into the same group as a bunch of crazies, because one person can go crazy. The rest of us that have guns, that are Republican, that do look forward to the next election, I'm unlike Chevy Guy, I'm hoping Trump does get in there. You know, he's got 4 years left if he does. I mean, I think that man can do quite a bit in 4 years' time to straighten this country up, or at least get it on the right path to getting straightened up. You know, and then maybe Team DeSantis can go ahead and try doing it, and whenever the next cycle is after this one, 28. So, yeah, there was we had one of our local DJs that he turned to being a radio talk show host. Had somebody call in that was scheduled to call in, a regular guest, and then she made the umbrella statement that MAGA caused this man to act the way he did. No, it's an individual decision to do stupid crap. And this man really went too far. Because I believe in the Make America Great Again. It doesn't mean that I'm a crazy, wild, rioter.
Advocate of violence. Exactly. Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
You know, and I would think individuals of any, pick your group, and pick your LGBTQ category. Yeah, you have your beliefs, but I would hope that anyone, it could be Black Lives Matter. If you're going to advocate or commit violence, I'd like to say they're not a true representative of our group. Correct?
Right. Exactly. But the problem is, you get one person, and the whole damn bunch is labeled
tarnished
terrorist, or I mean, just good Lord, and I agree with the LGBTQ folks. I think let's get Brandon to quit. I really believe we ought to.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, anyways, and we're making this trip down here to Bloomington one more time down here on the southern route. I guess, I don't know if the dispatchers decided, well, they've done it for the whole week, why not just finish it out? I understand Flagstaff's supposed to be getting some nasty weather here coming up pretty soon, so all I can say is I'll be just glad when this week is over with. It's just been absolutely tiring, stressful. But other than that, not a whole lot happening. Has our avian friend called in yet?
Got him coming up.
Ah, wonderful. I get to hear his response to yesterday. And, or I don't know, as he said, it's just a phone call between you and him, and he didn't want anybody else listening to it. So, I don't know. When you have opinions, or you put out a statement, or, you are subject to constructive criticism. Am I correct in that assessment?
I would say that's a fair assessment.
Okay.
But let's not let's not go to romper room, though. I don't want to go back and forth. It's because it gets nothing. Yeah.
So, I mean, and sometimes it's well-deserved criticism. But, you take it as it is. Like I said, I let it go off my back like water on a duck's tail. Just let it go. So I'm not gonna, I won't criticize him because I don't think he can handle my criticism or my opinions about his opinions. I'll just put it that way. So I'll let it go, and we'll get over here to Benson. We'll go ahead and swap out and let my co-driver take over, and I'll try to get myself a good nap. But I've got at least about another 2.5 hours before that happens. So I'll be listening in, Senor. Everyone, stay safe out there. Have a good weekend. Let's do this again Monday morning.
That's the plan, if all goes according. All right, the FAA announcing this past day the system outage that actually created a full ground stop, first time since 2011, September 11 of 21, rather, that 2001. Yeah, full ground stop. They say it was caused by contractors accidentally deleting files for its alert system. In a statement, the FAA said review of the outage of the Notice to Air Missions system showed that contract personnel unintentionally deleted files while working to correct synchronization between the live primary database and a backup database. They said they have found no evidence of a cyber attack or malicious intent. Yeah, the FAA made the necessary repairs to the system. We've taken steps to make the NOTAM system more resilient, acting quickly to adopt any other lessons learned in our efforts to ensure the continuing robustness of the nation's air traffic control system. That's the statement. Of course, they had to temporarily suspend all domestic flight departures, working to fix that system, mass delays and cancellations. So I don't know what it's going to cost the said contractor, but there you go. Hired Gun is back into house. Hey there, from Kinston, Georgia, USA. We've got 50 degrees clear here in northwest Georgia. Good to have you with us. Hired Gun, painted side, stays on top, and we'll return in 2.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
right, back at it here. Who else we got? Oh, you're welcome, Dipsy Driver. He said, thanks for checking on that shout-out. I am honored to get the one-time shout-out from the two-time world champion bull hauler, Lauren Weiss. Made my day. I'll try to call in next week. Always easy to talk with you. All right, stay safe out there, Lauren. Thank you, Dipsy Driver. All right, the debt ceiling. We hit the debt ceiling. All right, $31.4 trillion. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen informed congressional leaders, including the House Speaker Kevin McCarthy, that her department has begun using extraordinary cash management measures that could stave off a default until June the 5th. Now, Republicans with the newly won House majority aim to use that time, the time until the emergency maneuvers are exhausted, to exact spending cuts from the Biden and Democrat-led Senate. But Yellen warned that June, that date is subject to considerable uncertainty due to the challenge of forecasting payments and government revenues months into the future. I respectfully urge Congress to act promptly to protect the full faith and credit of the U.S. There's no sign at this point that either Republicans or Biden's Democrats are willing to budge. Republicans are pursuing a debt prioritization plan that would seek to avert default by urging the Treasury to prioritize debt payments and possibly other priorities like Social Security and Medicare should the limit be breached during negotiations. Republicans hope to complete the legislation by the end of March. Now, the director of the White House National Economic Council yesterday emphasized the risks of the uncertainty over whether the U.S. will honor its debt to the country's own economy as well as the global standing. This is not complicated, he says. This is not about new initiatives or new opportunities. This is about meeting the obligations this country's already made. This is not the first time. We've been here, done this several times before. We've seen government shutdowns from several days to several weeks. Eventually, it all gets worked out. They have to come together some form or fashion. But yeah, we do have to do something to be fiscally responsible and stop this just open checkbook. Trillions and trillions of dollars. I realize trillions were spent due to the COVID pandemic, especially some of the early tranches that were put out. We were in uncharted territory. But in the name of the pandemic, power structure changed and that spending just continued. And so much of the spending using the guise of the pandemic, money that went, billions and hundreds of billions going places that had nothing whatsoever to do with the pandemic. And by the way, the administration, Biden just again extended the emergency declaration to continue the power, the control, the additional power that he has to do this and do that under that emergency declaration. I mean, how many months? It was all the way, wasn't it September when he was on 60 Minutes? And I guess he slipped up when he said the pandemic is over. Because his handlers had to immediately begin walking him back. And, of course, they brought Fauci out and say, no, the pandemic's not real. It's not over. Yes, it's over. And I think most of us that think rationally realize the pandemic is over. COVID still exists. It's not going to go away. It's going to be with us probably forever. Just like the common cold or the seasonal flu or anything else. But the pandemic is over. All right, about a minute before news break, after which we will get back to your calls here. NASCAR making a bit of a change for drivers ahead of the 23 season to protect them in the event of the unthinkable while on the track. They updated their safety rules to now mandate fire-resistant underwear, head socks, helmet skirts, and socks. They noted the changes earlier this week. One NASCAR pit crew member said that the mandated gear has to be either SFI or FIA rated, whatever that means. The use of non-flammable materials in contact with the driver's skin, and in particular synthetic materials, can reduce heat transmission protection and increase the risk of burn injuries in the event of a fire. In the worst-case scenario, these materials may actually melt and bond to the skin, which would hinder treatment in the event of a burn-in. I guess it's been a recommendation for years now. A recommendation, but not a requirement. So that's the change. It's required to have the fire-resistant underwear, which just makes sense if you ask me. But there you go, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 B500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506.
USA News. I'm Ryan Daniels. The Republican leader in the U.S. Senate expressing confidence there will be no U.S. government defaulting on its debt. Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell said Thursday it's never happened before and it never will.
And it's always a rather contentious effort.
On Thursday, the U.S. Treasury Department began taking extra measures to ensure there's enough money to meet debt obligations through at least June 5th. President Biden says all is well, despite an investigation into his handling of classified documents found at his Delaware home and in an office.
We found a handful of documents were filed in the wrong place. We immediately turned them over to the archives and the Justice Department. We're fully cooperating and looking forward to getting this resolved quickly.
He made the comments Thursday while touring recent storm damage in California. A special counsel has been appointed to oversee the inquiry. The Federal Emergency Management Agency is announcing additional federal disaster assistance for California in the wake of that historic and deadly rainstorm. Under the major disaster declaration issued January 14th, FEMA promised to pick up 75% today. The president is ordering that the federal government share be increased to 100%. Several states considering bans on the social media platform TikTok, but Texas is trying to go a bit farther.
Texas wants to ban TikTok from any computer network or server in the entire state university system.
Banning TikTok does not mean propaganda and manipulation are going to go away.
That's Sam Woolley, who leads the Propaganda Research Lab at the University of Texas in Austin. And Woolley says a ban wouldn't stop students from watching the Chinese-owned video site anyway. They just do it on their own phones using their own data plans. I'm Rich Johnson.
This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
Following some Republican calls for his impeachment, Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas says his team is doing the best they can with a flawed immigration system.
We're executing a comprehensive strategy to secure our borders and build a safe, orderly, and humane immigration system.
His comments came Thursday during the U.S. Conference of Mayors meeting in D.C. A black Michigan school board member facing backlash over what some call a racist tweet. Keisha Hamilton began a tweet last month with, "Whiteness is so evil," and then referred to whiteness as, quote, dishonest.
How can children with white heritage feel safe when a board member posts racist statements against whiteness and white tropes?
That was apparent at the Jackson Public Schools Board meeting calling for Hamilton's resignation. Additional security was present after anti-Hamilton flyers were circulated in Jackson, which is near Ann Arbor. Supporters of Florida Governor Ron DeSantis are reportedly planning to spend millions of dollars to boost the Republicans' national profile ahead of a potential 2024 presidential bid. The Financial Times reports the Political Action Committee, Ready for Ron, intends to file a report with the Federal Election Commission outlining the expenditures. The group aims to spend more than $3 million over the next 6 months on a national TV campaign and other promotions to build up DeSantis' profile. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Streaming on Peacock.
Fellas, I'm getting married.
From the creator of The Best Man and The Best Man Holiday.
Come with us to Quinn's wedding. Guaranteed to put a smile on your face.
And executive producer of Insecure.
They want to make unfinished business into a movie.
That book caused a lot of drama. Get your popcorn ready.
It's gonna be just like old times, only better.
The Best Man, The Final Chapters. A new limited series. Streaming now. Only on Peacock.
Let's get lit!
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and Auto Stores, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, welcome back. Hey, for our friends in the Northeast, I did mention got not one, but two storms to take note of that will be unloading some snow for the interior Northeast. One such storm over the weekend, another in the early days of next week. Travel disruptions will be likely, according to forecasters, as the storms take a break in California. Going to see a shifting jet stream pattern, change in the east. Now, prior to the arrival of these storms, the separate system that brought some rain to the mid-Atlantic will drop some accumulating snow across upstate New York and New England, and that's kind of winding down as we speak. But we'll still see some of that snow through Friday. Snow showers will also pivot across the eastern Great Lakes and the central Appalachians in the wake of this storm, the one that's bringing all the winds out there. Now, as for the upcoming activity, system number 1, Sunday into Monday. System number 2 arrives right on the heels, Tuesday to Wednesday. Now, snow from the first storm will actually break out over the Central Plains Saturday night, then spread into the Midwest Sunday morning. The first flakes of snow likely to fall on parts of the mountains in West Virginia, Western Maryland, Pennsylvania, and New York Sunday afternoon, spreading northeast Sunday night into Monday. Maybe enough snow to shovel or plow Sunday to Monday. From northern Pennsylvania and upstate New York to northern and central Maine. Heaviest totals will be along the lines over 6 inches. Should be confined to the higher elevations, the Adirondacks, the mountains of northern New England. For those who live in the anticipated heavy snow area, they say it's a good idea to prepare for power outages. Due to a lack of fresh, cold air, this is going to be the wet, clinging snow, the sticky stuff across upstate New York and northern New England may bring down some trees and power lines. For the snow lovers near the big I-95 cities, it's going to be another disappointing storm for you. You'll need the umbrellas and the raincoats rather than the snow boots and the gloves. This time around, there's going to be very little cold air to be had. The high pressure with the cold air is going to be displaced off the northeast coast. That kind of setup will usher in winds from the Atlantic, bringing warmer air to the I-95 cities once again. So from D.C. to Boston, probably not going to see any snow. Now, the second storm, likely to cause snow, breaks out over portions of the southern and central plains Monday into Monday night. Even though this storm will head northeast toward the Midwest, most of the snow north and west of the track of the storm, we could see a spin-off storm form along the mid-Atlantic coast. Looks like a wintry mix across the interior mid-Atlantic into parts of New England once again. There may be just enough cold air early during this storm to start as some snow from Philadelphia to New York City and Boston. Maybe midweek next week. But again, the strengthening winds from the ocean will bring a quick change back to rain in that corridor. Based on the projected track, best chance for several inches or more of snow will be from north of I-70 in the Midwest on Tuesday, across northern New England Wednesday, where the snow could linger into Wednesday night. All right, and neither of these two storms, if neither one ends up producing measurable snow, which is 1/10 of an inch or greater, there's a good chance that the snow drought in New York City and some other locations may actually reach record length in the Big Apple, the longest streak without 1/10 of an inch of snow or more, 332 days. And that was ended on December 15th of 2020. Its current streak is already at 315 and counting. Currently at number 4 on the list of snowless winters in the Big Apple. All right, back to the phones here on a Friday. TGIF. Morning, Eagle.
Hey, let me ask you a question, Steve, because this is your radio show, and I've always respected you on your show. Can I comment on what this guy just said a few minutes ago? or it's up to you. It's up to you if you allow me to do that.
You can, but I mean, I don't want to go back and forth. I don't know. It's because it gets kind of like romper room. I know he said what he said. And but
see, that's what I'm saying. Didn't I ask him very nicely, Steve, not to mention my name on this on your program? I told you this. I'm trying to keep. That's why I asked you that at the beginning of this phone call, because I respect you on your show. Apparently, that guy doesn't respect you or your show. He wouldn't continue doing what I asked him not to do. It's not that hard. There are other listeners that call in, and if he wants to talk to, if maybe they won't get upset if he mentions their name. But I don't, like I told you before, Steve, I don't know this guy and don't want to know him, and hopefully the feeling is mutual. That's all I'm saying. Just can you tell that guy not to mention my name on the radio anymore, because I want to respect you and your program. I don't call in to talk about that guy.
Yeah, I think we can agree to just not go back and forth. Just, you have opinions, he has opinions. Let's just talk about the issues and not throw bombs back and forth. Yeah.
And that's what I've been doing ever since I talked to you, Steve, because that's what ends up going on when you have a disagreement with somebody. It's just back and forth. And like I say, I've been talking to you for a long time. I don't want to have no conversation with that guy. Now, let me move on to this other situation, Steve. I found out over the last couple of hours, the days that Elvis Presley, his daughter, Lisa Marie, she's going to be buried on Sunday morning at 9 o'clock in Graceland in Memphis, Tennessee. It's supposed to be seen on television. I'm supposed to be, you might be able to watch it on YouTube. I don't know. I'm going to try to see if I can watch it on Sunday morning and see what transpires with that. But I haven't heard too much from her family since she died. Her mother, Priscilla, hasn't said too much, so I'm pretty sure she's heartbroken and upset, at this sudden death of her daughter. So I haven't heard nothing from her mother to see what she has to say about the situation. So, but she will be buried in Graceland, where Elvis is, and her son that died a couple of years ago that committed suicide. She's supposed to be buried beside him. So, like I said, it's a sad situation. She was only 54 years old. From what I'm understanding now, they say she had financial problems, money problems, and other things that were going on in her life. So, hopefully things will turn out better for the rest of their family in the new year. But bad way to start out the new year, especially, she had just celebrated the death of her father, Steve. I think only like 2 or 3 days she was in Graceland for the birthday, would have been the birthday of her father, and then a couple of days later she did. So that's got to be devastating news to have something like that happen to your family. I hate to hear about something like that go down. Now, the other situation that I wanted to talk to you about was the NFL football coming up this week. It looked like we're gonna get to see they got a game coming on tomorrow in Buffalo, in Cincinnati. From what I checked on my cell phone, the weather looked like we might get to see a cold weather ball game. Might even get some snow, from what they saying on the weather report in Buffalo, where they playing at. Could be some bad weather. So, and then I think the other games in Kansas City on Sunday, they supposed to be expecting some bad weather for that ball game. So I'll be definitely watching in on these two games. Well, I'll be watching all the games this weekend to see what transpires. But like I say, I always have like the cold weather games anyway. So, that shows who the better team is, rather than playing inside. I'm not too happy about what the NFL, I think they're making a bad decision, Steve. With what could transpire next week. They talking about they could go to a neutral field if I think if Buffalo wins or Cincinnati or something, that they would have to go to Atlanta, Georgia, and play the game, which makes absolutely no sense. You should be able to, whoever has the best record should be able to. You should have a home game at your stadium. I understand that it happened because the man had the heart attack a couple of weeks ago at the game, but I still don't agree with that. I think that they need to have a coin flip or something, but that game needs to be played at the stadium of one of those two teams. I don't like the fact that they could possibly be played at a neutral stadium in Atlanta, Georgia. It makes absolutely no sense. Did you hear about that?
I did not hear about a coin flip for Buffalo, no.
No. I said I think they should have a coin flip. It has already been determined by the NFL that I think that if Buffalo or either Cincinnati wins, that they will have to go to Atlanta, Georgia to play their game because, like I said, because the guy that had the heart attack, the game wasn't able to be finalized. That's what I was told. I'm not sure if that's going to happen or not. We'll have to see what happens this weekend with the ball games. But you know something, Steve? I wanted to talk to you about Joe Burrow and the Cincinnati situation. Cincinnati has always, with the owner of the team, the Brown family, has always been a cheap organization, and they don't like to pay their ball players. And Joe Burrow, he is up for contract at the end of this year, and he's definitely going to want at least a $200 million contract. Just like the guy up there in Cleveland, $250 million. And the owner of the Browns, the owner of the Cincinnati Bengals made a comment yesterday saying that Joe Burrow should try to do it for the betterment of the team so he can keep other players around. He might have to take a price cut. He might only get $110, $120, $130 million out of, he may not get the full 200, and because they want to pay other ball players. But a lot of people are saying that that's the owner of the team. That Joe Burrow has put people into the stadium. People are watching Cincinnati games due to this man, and he deserves the money that he has earned, and he doesn't want to take a chance on losing this guy Joe Burrow out of Cincinnati and him going to play for somebody else. So I say go ahead and get a guy the money. Like I said, all these players are being paid too much money to begin with. You already know that, Steve. No individual deserves $30, $40, $50 million to play a game. The money has gotten out of hand. The NFL is going to have to step in at some point and make some type of limit on the amount of money that these players can make, because it's just going to keep getting higher and higher every time. When one guy signs a contract, another guy's going to say, well, I'm a better player than him. I deserve more cash than this guy. So it's just going to keep skyrocketing, and pretty soon you're going to have guys making $70, $80, $100 million a year. So it's out of control, and they got to do something about it. They got to do something about it real soon, because it's pricing the fans out of the stadium, Steve. Down here in Texas where I live you go to a Dallas Cowboy ball game, you might spend $400 or $500 to go to a Dallas football game,
right?
For a ticket, food, parking, and whatever else you got to pay for. And most people can't afford that for a 3-hour ball game. So all these people that say that they're not worried about the price of these players going up, you better be worried about it, because you're the one that's paying these athletes. And the only way the owners can make these guys have this type of money is to up the price for the admission for you to go to these games. So you better be concerned about it. And one other thing before I hang up with you, Steve, I wanted to talk to you about one more time about Joe Biden. Joe Biden again today, Steve, he was on television, and somebody asked him a question about this classified documents deal, and he said that he was aggravated and that he didn't have to talk about the situation. This guy here, he's the president of the USA, and he has people in America, we have the right to know what this man knows about these classified documents, and because if he's hiding something, because if Donald Trump was the president, you and I both know that Donald Trump, they would force Donald Trump to let people know what he was doing with these classified deals if he was still in the White House. And you already know, Steve, if Pelosi was in the White House and Trump was still, they would have already started impeachment processes on Donald Trump if it was the same situation. So I want Joe Biden to be treated the same way Nancy Pelosi would have treated Donald Trump if he was in the White House. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right, here you go. I'm not sure where you got the Cowboys and the 49ers. Speaking of the price of tickets, he's right. It's insane. I'm not sure if this game is it in Dallas or San Francisco. I'm not sure. But that game, this is the most expensive divisional game, apparently, of all time. They're saying that $1,420 is the average ticket price, standing room, just to get in. Standing room only, about $606 for a divisional game. That's insane. And we'll return in 2.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, what do we have here? The classified documents. Anything new? What's the latest? Well, the House Oversight Committee intends to probe the Biden administration's reported plan of concealing classified documents. This whole saga, including the possible act of colluding with the Department of Justice on this matter. According to an exclusive report from Breitbart, in the report, James Comer, Representative Comer, the Oversight Committee's new chairman, confirmed that House Republicans will look into a Washington Post report from Wednesday of this week. That report suggested the White House and Department of Justice had agreed to obscure Biden's alleged mishandling of classified documents from public view. Well, at least before CBS News contacted the White House about the first batch of improperly stored sensitive documents at the Penn Biden Center. The Biden White House secrecy in this matter is alarming, says Comer. Many questions need to be answered, but one thing is for certain, oversight is coming. Now, amid the White House, the Department of Justice, and the National Archives not offering transparency, none whatsoever, to the media in recent days, there have been whispers of possible collusion among those three entities. However, none of that had any substantive reporting behind it, at least prior to the Washington Post story. Comer and Jim Jordan, the new chair of the House Judiciary Committee, have also questioned the timeline that was given by the White House in terms of when the documents were recovered at the Penn Biden Center, the Biden family Delaware home or acknowledged to the public in the media. We first learned about the Penn Biden Center classified documents months after they were found in an unsecure closet. Now, then it took the White House weeks to inform the public about the documents found in Biden's Wilmington, Delaware garage. And days later, we learned that there were more documents at the Wilmington residence. Comer's raised questions about how the president's personal lawyers might have acted when searching for improperly stored classified materials before and after Merrick Garland assigned a special counsel to the case. Equally alarming, they say, is the fact that Biden aides were actually combing through documents knowing there would be a special counsel appointed. Approximately 25 documents have now been unearthed by Biden's personal attorneys in 3 separate batches. That still doesn't account for why Biden had possession of the material in the first place, since it coincided with his time as vice president to Barack Obama, a position that holds no declassification power. Now, Comer reasoned that the American people may not have known that these troves of never have known about these documents if CBS News hadn't actually put indirect pressure on the White House. According to the Quinnipiac poll this week, 60% of Americans believe Biden inappropriately mishandled classified materials related to Ukraine, Iran, and the UK. So it's not only Republicans or independents that feel that way. Even some Democrats say something's just not adding up here. But all right, we're going to hit our news break here just around the corner. And, of course, we'll get back to your calls on a Friday morning. Jump on in at 844-844-3388. New report from Wallet Hub reveals what's the best and worst states to drive in. We've got the answers. Wallet Hub compared all 50 states across 31 key indicators of what would be a positive commute.
USA News Update. Singer-songwriter David Crosby is dead at the age of 81. Crosby was the founding member of influential 60s rock bands The Byrds and Crosby, as well as Stills and Nash, which later became Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young. He formed Crosby, Stills and Nash in 1968, and their first album was an instant success, winning them a Grammy for Best New Artist. The group later added Neil Young and recorded their hit album Deja Vu, which peaked at number 1 of the Billboard 200. On Thursday, his wife released a statement to Variety announcing he died surrounded by family after battling a long illness. Netflix says it's putting limitations on account sharing over the next few months. The change will limit an account to users within one household instead of being shared with multiple external users. Sharing outside the home can still be done, but it will require an extra unknown fee be paid. I'm Julio Flores, USA News.
Attention timeshare owners. Tired of the financial stress? Were you misled by the salesperson? Don't or can't use your timeshare anymore? If any of these apply to you, then you may qualify for timeshare cancellation and get the relief you need now. Timeshare Defense Attorneys is the #1 affordable fixed fee legal solution in the country with an A+ Better Business Bureau rating. That's certainly better than my grades. They even offer a 100% client satisfaction guarantee. Let one of their experienced lawyers evaluate your case and explain the process. If they take you as a client, they'll work on your case until it's resolved in your favor. Guaranteed. Expect great service and a close working relationship with your lawyer, keeping you informed every step of the way, protecting your rights, interests, and even your credit. It's that simple. Even a kid like me can understand it. The consultation is free. Call today.
800-875-1853. 800-875-1853. That's 800-875-1853.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do.
LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty, Eagle brought up Joe Burrow, Bengals. Is he going to stick around? I guess he kind of answered that question here in Cincinnati. Our local media says Burrow does not plan to leave the jungle anytime soon. My plan is to be here my whole career. At least that's what he told NBC Sports' Maria Taylor in a sit-down interview ahead of the Bengals wildcard game against the Ravens last weekend. He said, hopefully Zach Taylor's here my whole career. Hopefully a lot of our guys are around for as long as my career can be. Now, the 23 season is the final year of his initial 4-year, $36.19 million guaranteed deal. That's what he signed after being drafted first overall back in 20. He does, however, have a 5th-year option that the Bengals can choose to pick up for 2024 before becoming an unrestricted free agent in 2025. Now, according to the Sports Track salary cap summary, the Bengals have 14 players set to hit the free agent market at the conclusion of this season. The most notable names coming on the defensive side of the ball. Von Bell, Eli Apple, Jermaine Pratt, Jesse Bates. Key offensive skill players, most notably Tyler Boyd and T. Higgins, lead the 13, I guess, UAFs, as they call them, who will hit the market ahead of the 24 campaign. Yeah, that would be Burrow's last year on his initial deal if that option is picked up. But Burrow also continued to praise the roster's construction through every phase of the year. He said, I've got a lot of confidence in the front office doing their job in the offseason. We've drafted well. We've brought in great free agents. We've claimed guys off waivers that have really made an impact on the team. So he's given plenty of praise to the front office. And Zach, in his opinion, is the best head coach in the league. So that gives me a lot of confidence to go out there and say that. All right. Of course, that was, again, prior to the last weekend's Bengals-Ravens game, which, of course, the Bengals move on now to Buffalo Sunday at 3 o'clock. The Bengals game Sunday, first game 3 or 3:30, whichever that was in the afternoon, I believe it is. All right, back to the calls we go at 844-844-3388. Let's try Gilligan. Morning.
Yeah, good morning, Steve. Thank you for taking my call. Yeah, I figured to give you a yell, touch on a few things. Both my daughter called in the other night, was talking about that lady that was driving the wrong way down 81. Well, she let the major part of the story out. I think she deserves a DA of the week nomination, because after they arrested her for DUI, amongst other charges, they brought her into the police station, and the lady officer asked her if she had to go to the bathroom, because kind of dancing around. Well, no, she didn't. And then she urinated herself.
Whoops.
Yeah, that did not go over well, as you could think. Can't believe I'm doing this twice the same week. But I'm agreeing with Heatwave. Lord help me. To me, I agree. Alec Baldwin needs to be charged, convicted, and locked up for that crime. He literally took a gun, shot somebody. It's plain and simple. If you have that gun in your hand, that weapon is your responsibility. You don't point it at somebody and squeeze the trigger, even if you think it's unloaded. It doesn't matter. Why is there live ammunition in that gun? This is a prop. This is not normal circumstances. And the weapons expert, she needs to be charged too, because she is in charge of that. But unfortunately, Alex Baldwin is a far-left liberal, and I'm afraid that because of that, he'll end up getting off. How often have we seen that? Somehow, some way, it's like there's a two-tier system when it comes to justice in this country, and it's a crying shame. I'm going to move on to this debt ceiling bit. I will never understand how this country runs itself constantly at a deficit. I couldn't run my household like that, constantly putting myself in debt. You couldn't, or any other listener of this show could. I mean, and they're talking about, well, it's going to be a national crisis. Oh, no, we got to get all this. We got to raise the debt ceiling. Well, there's still the same amount of revenue coming in or more. It does vary and everything. Why is it a crisis when you still have the same amount of money coming in? It's poor management. Just flat out poor management by our leaders. That's just what it is.
Yeah, the answer is they're spending more than is coming in. You raise the debt ceiling, so they spend more than they're bringing in. Then you hit the debt. This is the cycle that's been going on for years.
Exactly, for decades. I'm going to touch on something else. We've been talking on this program about how, freight is down. Now, most of you listeners know I drive Freighter Express. I'm out of Winchester, Virginia. Our biggest customer in that terminal is a Rubbermaid plant. They're not more than 3 miles probably from our terminal. Now, on Mondays, we're a small terminal. You got to keep that in mind. We've got 7 shuttle drivers, and I think about 20-25 city drivers. Our average trailer loads coming out of Rubbermaid run about 20 on Monday because it covers the weekend production also. Monday, we only had 4 trailer loads of Rubbermaid. My boss told me that we are literally down, on average, 40 years, 75%. I know that the wintertime does affect Rubbermaid's sales significantly, but, we're missing our 7 drivers. We're short 6 loads a week so far, all 3 weeks this year. We're at 5 short this week. So, we're probably going to get another one tomorrow night. So we are definitely down like everybody else. I know our other terminals are. We have another terminal that is literally everybody's on a 4-day week. It is set up a 4-day week. So, yeah, it's a little worrisome. Now, I know this time of year we have a lot of slowdowns. That's typical of this time of year. But this seems to be a little worse than what it has in the past. And I'm going to touch on something that did I hear you right earlier that NASCAR is going to require their drivers to wear skirts? Sounds like Kyle Busch retired too soon. I mean, you said something about requiring to wear skirts. Did I hear that right?
It's underwear and helmet socks and socks.
Oh, I thought it said helmet skirt. Oh, okay. Well, I was talking to Frank Wingnut earlier. I guess that explains a lot why my mind's a little twisted. You talk to him very long, it'll really get you screwed up. That's what happens to heat wave a lot. Well, that's all I got. I'll talk to you next week and hope everybody has a great, safe weekend. Take care.
All right. Thank you very much. Gilligan, have a good morning. 17 before the hour. All right. You've been out there. Many of you have driven the entire lower 48. You may not have driven Alaska or Hawaii. New report from Wallet Hub. What is the best state to drive in? Well, according to the report, Iowa is the best, while Hawaii is the worst. Comparing all 50 states, main categories, they surveyed 31 key indicators. Main categories including cost of ownership and maintenance, traffic and infrastructure, safety and access to vehicles maintenance. According to the report, best states to drive in. So we already know Iowa's number 1. Start at number 10. Indiana. Kansas at number 9. Tennessee, followed by Texas, Idaho, North Carolina, Oklahoma, Ohio, Georgia at number 2, and Iowa number 1. Ohio at number 3. Best states to drive in. On the other hand, worst states to drive in. Starting with number 10, California, Michigan at number 9, followed by New Hampshire, Nevada, Missouri, Maryland, Rhode Island, Delaware, Washington at number 2, and Hawaii, again, was number 1. Worst states to drive in. West Virginia scored the lowest percentage of rush hour traffic congestion at 6%. California, the highest at 87%. The lowest car theft rate was in Vermont 0.42 per 1,000 residents. The highest was in Colorado with 5.24 car thefts per 1,000 residents. Well, a lot of cars stolen in Colorado, huh? California has both the most auto repair shops per capita and the most car washes per capita. Hawaii with the fewest repair shops per capita. Alaska, the fewest car washes. Gas prices lowest in Texas and Oklahoma. They were highest in Hawaii and California. Ohio with the lowest average car insurance rate of $1,023, 2.5 times lower than Florida. Average car insurance rate $2,560 there in Florida. Wow. Tennessee had the lowest cost of ownership and maintenance of your vehicle. Hawaii was highest. North Dakota had the best traffic infrastructure. Maryland ranked as having the worst traffic and infrastructure. I reckon horse feathers could vouch for that. Massachusetts, they say, was the safest state to drive in. Missouri, the least safe state to drive in. How about that? Just a few of the tidbits from Wallet Hub. And it's 844-844-3388 on a Friday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Hey, somebody asked Heatwave if he had an Amazon home warranty. I don't know if that was available in New Mexico. But here in the state of Ohio, if you see the name Amazon, you immediately associate that, obviously, right, with Amazon. You know, that's got to be an upstanding, reputable organization. Uh-oh. Ohio Attorney General David Yost is calling out a phony home warranty company. Now, they'll be heading to court for misrepresentation and other suspect business practices. The Attorney General's office learned that Amazon Home Warranty, a Wyoming company based in New Jersey, has had over 1,200 filed complaints in the state of Ohio since 2018. The administrator is accused of using a Columbus customer service address, and Amazon Warranty Administrators, which has a listing address in Dublin, Ohio. It is not registered with the Ohio Secretary of State's office as required by law. Neither business is related to Amazon or has any employees stationed at 2 office rental spaces, which calls the company a phony company, according to the Attorney General. One of the address listed in downtown Dublin, Ohio, 3rd Street. The other listed on Metro Place South in Dublin. Lawsuit claims Amazon Home Warranty uses various online platforms and social media outlets to advertise service contracts to home buyers and sellers, with Amazon Warranty administrators listed as the administrator of the residential service contracts. However, advertised benefits like the coverage of the cost of repairs were not provided, which violates the Ohio Consumer Sales Practice Act. This lawsuit claims the defendants would take days or weeks to ever send a technician for appliance repairs, would not comply with reimbursement if a client received service from an alternative technician. And, of course, most people, if you call and you need service on something, 2 weeks have come and gone, you're going to call someone else. And, well, that voided your coverage due to the long wait time for the warranty service. And then the consumer claims were then denied. All right, sounds kind of like a whole Ponzi scheme thing to me, right? The more people that you can get to subscribe. Yeah, you could send someone out 2 to 3 weeks after the fact, but it was a phony Amazon Home Warranty. It's a scam born every day, right? All right, at 844-844-3388, the right-wing nut on a Friday.
Yes, right-wing nut. Morning. That's a shame, I bet. That damn home warranty stuff. Yeah, I know Heatwave ain't real happy. And he told me those idiots he had are sending him love letters saying, please come back.
Yeah, same thing happened to me. I paid a whole year in advance for whatever the second company I had was. When I said I had the dishwasher went out, and it was only a couple years old. And they send a technician out, and he diagnoses the problem, sends them what he needs. And they said, if you look in the fine, no, we're not going to cover the cost of that repair, which is what they advertise. We'll give you $100 off. We'll reimburse you $100 if you buy a new dishwasher. And I said, well, that's not, you said you'll send someone out to repair or replace. Oh, no, go to page 5 under section 314, and you'll see there in the fine print, we have the sole discretion. Yeah.
Well, old Heatwave told me he told that company they can kiss his lily white.
Yeah,
so anyways.
Yeah, exactly.
The debt ceiling. Now, they're always complaining they ain't got no money to protect our border, to protect our people. But, yeah, we seem to have enough money to send out to other countries around the world to protect their borders. We seem to have enough money to, excuse me, cigars, I tell you. They got enough money to send to Ukraine for their protection. Well, I think we got it made. Pay $5 billion for the wall and stop supporting the illegal aliens coming across. The hell with them. Work with us. America first. Mayorkas, that idiot says, it was a broken system to begin with, and they're trying furiously to fix it. Well, it seemed like to me that the situation was fixed before these jackasses got in the office. They just made it worse. So I don't understand their train of thinking. All I know is if I had someone coming into my property unannounced, unwanted, I would damn sure be getting their hind end outside the house in a real quick hurry. I wouldn't be putting them up, feeding them, saying, you need anything else?
no. And that's just it. We've got all these plans out there, all these bills, they so loaded with pork, and then they want to raise the ceiling. No, let's just go ahead and let it crash, because they built it up. They can go ahead and take the blame for killing the country. Now, under Obama, we had a AAA credit rating until something happened, and then we went down from AAA to AA. Did we regain that third A? And if we didn't, if we don't extend the debt limit, will our AA become single A?
Single A, yeah.
Credit rating.
AA minus, maybe.
Yeah. Well, I don't know what the standards are, but seems like to me we're going to be in junk bonds here pretty soon. So, I don't know. Yeah, and that game you were talking about, the Cowboys and the Niners, is going to be played in San Francisco.
Okay, West Coast game.
Yeah. And I'm kind of hoping the Cowboys show up the Niners and shut them people up over there. And I'd really like to see Philadelphia, Dallas NFC Championship game. Oh, that would be nice. But anyways, it might be a pipe dream, and Lord knows it's not a lead pipe cinch to happen. So, well,
$600 for standing room only, though. Yeah, San Francisco. Okay, that might explain. All right, it's 844-3388.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
This is USA News. I'm Julio Flores. 1 year ago, the annual March for Life protests against legal abortion took place in Washington amid a mood of undisguised triumph. With a fresh conservative majority on the Supreme Court, thousands of marchers braved bitterly cold weather to celebrate the seemingly inevitable fall of Roe v. Wade. Now, with the constitutional right to abortion no longer the rule of the land, the March for Life returns Friday with a new focus. Instead of concentrating their attention on the Supreme Court, the marchers plan to target the building directly across the street, the U.S. Capitol. Movement leaders say they plan to warn Congress against making any attempt to curtail the multiple anti-abortion laws imposed last year in a dozen different states. A Florida judge sanctioned former President Donald Trump and one of his attorneys Thursday ordering him to pay nearly $1 million for filing what he said was a bogus lawsuit against Trump's 2016 rival Hillary Clinton and others. In a blistering filing, U.S. District Judge Donald M. Middlebrooks accused Trump of a pattern of abuse of the courts for filing frivolous lawsuits for political reasons, which he says undermines the rule of the law and amounts to obstruction of justice. Cam Shelton banked in a go-ahead runner with the 13 seconds left, and Loyola Marymount snapped number 6 Gonzaga's 75-game home winning streak with a 68-67 victory on Thursday night. The home streak for the Bulldogs was tied with Long Beach State for the 8th longest in Division I history. Shelton scored 27 points to lead the Lions, who hadn't won in Spokane since 1991 and had lost 25 straight overall to the Zags. David Crosby, the brash rock musician who evolved from a babyface harmony singer with the Byrds to a mustached hippie superstar and an ongoing troubadour in Crosby, Stills and Nash, and sometimes Young, has died at 81. Several media outlets reported that on Thursday. The New York Times reported, based on a text message from Crosby's sister-in-law, that the musician died Wednesday night. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty, and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
President Biden says he has no regrets amid an ongoing investigation into his handling of classified documents. He made the comments Thursday while touring recent storm damage in California. After documents from his time as vice president was found in his Delaware home and an office, Biden noted his team is fully cooperating with the Justice Department's probe. A special counsel has been appointed to oversee the inquiry. Biden says he's looking forward to it being resolved quickly. He adds, "You're going to find there's nothing there." Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell is confident the U.S. will not be defaulting on its debt. His comment comes as the U.S. hit its debt ceiling today, prompting the Treasury Department to suspend new investments in some federal retiree funds. McConnell told reporters in Louisville, Kentucky, Congress will be coming to a resolution to raise the debt limit before the Treasury exhausts its extraordinary measures in June. He said the U.S. has never defaulted on its debt and never will. Republicans in the House have demanded spending cuts to lift the debt ceiling. Democrats in the White House want to raise the limit without conditions. The cinematographer who died on the set of Rust in New Mexico would be alive if it weren't for the errors of people like Alec Baldwin. That's according to the special prosecutor appointed to hear the case that has led to charges against Baldwin and Hannah Gutierrez-Reed. They're being charged with 2 counts of involuntary manslaughter for the shooting that left Helena Hutchins dead in 2021. Andrea Reeve claimed the evidence clearly shows a pattern of criminal disregard for safety on the Rust film set. New York Congressman George Santos is taking to social media to deny 2 new allegations against him.
Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean. I hate the struggle of tough, greasy messes on my stovetop. So I just freak, wipe, and I'm done.
When I'm frustrated with stubborn bathtub soap scum, I just freak, wipe, and I'm done.
Mr. Clean Clean Freak delivers an innovative cleaning experience with a powerful deep cleaning mist that starts working on contact to break down tough messes in seconds.
Just freak,
wipe.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we've really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know, it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
All right, here we go. We cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast, which means welcome into a Friday, 20th day of January. Already, yes, here it is for 2023. I trust you've had a good week. Hope you're looking forward to the weekend, right? They come and go just like that, as we all too well know. A quick reminder, for over 60 years, Sta-Bil has been the go-to additive when storing your lawn equipment, collector cars, generators, boats, anything that's going to be sitting around with gas in it. Sta-Bil Storage keeps that gas fresh for up to 2 years and combats corrosion in the fuel system at the same time. Make sure you store your engine the right way with Sta-Bil. If you'd like to save on your Sta-Bil order, simply go to goldeagle.com. Place your order. Use the coupon code OVERNIGHTDRIVE at checkout. That'll automatically take 15% off your order. All right, tell you what, let's get back to the calls. First here at 844-844-3388. Would that be Duke checking in from New Hampshire, I believe?
Yes. Good morning, Steve. How are you?
Doing well. What's happening, Duke?
I'm calling in about that list you just talked about. I can't believe it. I mean, that they must have done that survey in California, or someone from California put that list together. Because if maybe I misunderstood, but did it say that New Hampshire drivers are worse than California drivers?
No, this is, I guess overall it was best and worst states to drive in, and New Hampshire was New Hampshire was in the top 10, and I think they were at number 8. And it was, there was a whole bunch of different criteria. They had cost of insurance, availability of a repair shop, all those things were rolled in. So, it wasn't it wasn't saying the drivers of the state were better or worse. It's just the best and worst states to drive in.
Gotcha. All right. I misunderstood then. I'm just trying to stay on the road up here in New Hampshire because it's kind of slickery today.
Oh, yeah. So, I mean, yes, it's still snowing there. You guys, you got a pretty good...
Oh, yeah.
You got a pretty good dose out of this system, didn't you?
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's nothing that we don't usually get, and it's way past due because this is like one of the first big storms that we've gotten this year. So, yeah, it's about due, but... Like the worst thing is it's icy. It's been a lot of ice this year because we didn't get the snow cover. And but you know, that's why I grabbed the phone and called right away because the DOT's out here they're doing their job. I mean, they're right after it. I can see we got about 6 inches here of snow, and then it's turning to ice, but. I'm seeing the pavement. I can see the zipper line going down the highway here. I'm just taking it easy, just in case. But, yeah, I'll give a shout-out to the New Hampshire DOT because they're doing a fabulous job.
How about that? That's good. Well, Duke, I'm thinking, are you a first-time caller, Duke?
I am. I just started listening to you about 2 or 3 months ago. But I've been listening to trucking radio, probably not supposed to mention any names in the past, but I started trucking in 1978, so I've been around a little bit. But I definitely can remember listening to your dad plenty of times.
Sure, yeah, okay. Well, Duke, I mean, if you just started listening, if you've heard, we hook our first-time callers up with the first-time caller code to get $60 worth of free merchandise from Hot Shot Secret. Try to get you to try the products. Have you tried the Hot Shot Secret products?
I have not, but I'd love to try them. I got a snowblower that's been sitting in my garage for about 2 years, and I think it's got the same gas in it, so I definitely could use some stuff to put in that.
Well, if it's been sitting for 2 years, Sta-Bil, that's the Sta-Bil you're talking about there. That's not going to help it. You have to treat the fuel when it's still fresh, and then it'll keep it fresh for 2 years. Once it's already gone bad, because I asked that question of him a few weeks ago when we had him on. And I had a car that's been sitting for 3-4 months. I said, if I put Sta-Bil in there now, would it bring it back to life? And he said, no, you got to treat the fuel like when you buy it. When you get your gallon or 5-gallon can of fuel in the springtime that you're going to use all summer long in the lawnmower, the tractor, and all that, you need to put Sta-Bil in it unless you're going to go through it within 30 to 60 days. Because I fill up like a 2-gallon can, and I'll buy that in April, and I'll still be using it out of the can in October, and that gas is really going bad throughout the summer, so. Yeah, for the Sta-Bil, you probably get some fresh gas and treat it once you get it. But the Hot Shot Secret products, that's going to go in your automobile or your diesel. I would recommend getting you a bottle of Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, and that goes in a gas or diesel engine, either one. On the oil side, then you get yourself a bottle of either the Gasoline Extreme or Diesel Extreme that goes on the fuel side, whichever type vehicle you've got, gas or diesel.
Great. Yeah, that'll be perfect. Yeah, I'll definitely get some fresh gas, get in that snowblower. The reason I haven't used it because we haven't had any much snow in the last couple of years.
So. Yes, sir. Yep. And that's exactly the kind of thing as the advertisement is. You need to be treating that fuel if it's going to be sitting in the shed or the garage for an extended period of time. If it's been there 2 years and you bring that thing out, it probably ain't going to – it's not going to want to run right. It's going to spitter and sputter and stall and right.
Yeah, it's not going to throw the snow very well, that's for sure.
Right. Well, Duke, how did you come across our program? How'd you find us? Did you scroll through Facebook, or did somebody tell you about us? Or
I'm trying to remember. I started streaming shows because they've changed the phone. Well, to me anyway. I'm an older guy, so I struggle with it, but. I started streaming some shows, and I just stumbled across you. I can't even remember how I did it.
Well, I'm glad you found us, Duke. That's pretty cool. All right. Well, so are you catching us on you have us on the app, the download on your smartphone?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I might have Googled your name, actually, and I found you that way. I believe that's how I did it. Good old Google. But, yeah, I started with TNC Radio app, and then I was poking around some more, and I found your app, the Steve Summers Overnight Radio app.
Yeah.
And now I'm on that. And that's working great. That really works great.
Very good. All right. Yeah, of course, we are on tncradio.live as well. So, all right, that's great.
But thank you, Steve.
I'll get this. I will forward your phone number to the office, and they will text you a code. So don't delete your text before you check it. That'll be the code to enter at checkout, and that'll place your order at hotshotsecret.com, and then when you enter that code, it'll take the $60 off.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
All right. Thanks for being a listener. Don't be a stranger, Duke. Check in anytime in New Hampshire.
I will. Have a good night.
All right. There you go. All right. I think it was Right Wing Nut talking about the debt ceiling. You know, we got money for everybody else. We're sending billions to Ukraine. Billions. Oh, it's a billion here, a billion there. But, we're actually broke. If, truth be known, we're broke. If you're $31 trillion in debt, you don't really have anything to spend. You need to be paying that debt down, but I guess that's all ancient history in D.C. Debt is just something you live with, no matter how much debt it is. I guess the sky is the limit, according to some. Another problem we've got here is we've been talking for months, the amount of military hardware that we have been taking out of our own defense stockpiles and shipping overseas to Ukraine as they battle with Russia. And somebody's going to make some money on this deal. Yeah, do you have any investments with some of the military contractors? I wonder how many of our leaders in D.C. have lots of investment in the likes of these defense contractors. Just something I would really like to know. I have no idea, but if I had to venture a guess, I'd say they're probably pretty heavily vested in said contractors. Defense contractors are raking in millions of dollars as the Biden administration pledges to continue supporting Ukraine for as long as it takes. The Army announced in December they've awarded an $84 million contract to Raytheon Missiles and Defense for more than 1,000 Excalibur 1B precision munitions to replenish ours because we sent them to Ukraine. Just weeks before that, the Army awarded a $432 million contract to Lockheed Martin to replenish our high-mobility artillery rocket system. The launchers that we and our allies have sent to Ukraine, according to Defense News. The Army has also awarded a $1.2 billion contract to Raytheon for 6 National Advanced Surface-to-Air Missile Systems, batteries for Ukraine, system batteries. $1.2 billion. Now, this week, the Biden administration is expected to announce more military assistance when defense leaders meet with their counterparts in Germany for the 8th meeting of the Ukraine Defense Contract Group. We have pledged $400 million in military equipment at the group's last meeting on November 23rd. We're putting together one of the largest aid packages ever right now. So far, we have allocated $113 billion in assistance to Ukraine, which includes $24.2 billion in security assistance. Since the conflict began just shy of a year ago, much of what we have supplied to Ukraine has come from our own military stockpile. We have dipped into those inventories 29 times using what is known as Presidential Drawdown Authority. Now the flow of weapons is running up against the current supplies and the production capacity of the defense industry. For one thing, our military needs to keep enough weapons for our own war plans, as well as for units to continue training and maintaining. U.S. military and defense officials have repeatedly told Congress and their staff they have to keep a certain amount of weapons maintained for Pentagon war plans. You always have to be prepared, right? Those weapons include Stinger, Javelins, 155 millimeter artillery, and guided multiple launch rocket systems. Munitions, second, some weapons in high demand in Ukraine had stopped being produced or were being made in very limited supplies. For example, Raytheon had closed its Stinger production line in December of 2020, months before the Russian invasion. Now, in July of 21, the company won a contract to manufacture more, but mainly for international governments. Raytheon's CEO said in April of last year, a conference call, that the Pentagon had not purchased a Stinger in 18 years and that some of the components are no longer commercially available. So we're going to have to go out and redesign some of the electronics in the missile of the Seeker head. That's going to take a bit of time, he said. In addition to continuing to supply Ukraine, the U.S. military is trying to backfill what they've already sent, and it's going to apparently cost the American taxpayer more to keep both of those endeavors going. Since the defense contractors have been reluctant to ramp up production for a war that they're not sure how long is going to last, policymakers are trying to incentivize them with non-competitive multi-year contracts to the tune of millions of dollars. Congress recently authorized multi-year contracts for certain munitions in the National Defense Authorization Act. A move towards multi-year contracting is something many in the Pentagon have advocated for, but Congress has historically been shy about granting those authorities. Multi-year buying for munitions have become louder in recent months as the Ukraine war continues to run through munition supplies for both America and our partners. Who are the main beneficiaries of these multi-year contracts? That would be Lockheed, Raytheon, and General Dynamics. They break down some of the numbers, but I think you get the gist. Follow the money. And again, I'd just really be curious. And it doesn't have to be one side of the aisle or the other. Who all is so heavily invested in some of these defense contractors? Because they know as long as we keep allocating more and more of our munitions, we're going to have to allocate the funds to replenish them. All right, 24 past the hour on a Friday. Lines available at 844-844-3388. Let's jump over to some industry headlines. All right, yes, the drugs continue to pour across the border. Customs and Border Protection in California recently discovered millions of dollars worth of drugs very cleverly concealed within a commercial shipment of decorative stone. I saw the photographs. Looking at these, it looks like the stones you'd put out there in your lawn or your little garden area. Very clever. The drug bust occurred on January 11th in San Diego. 36-year-old truck driver hauling a shipment manifested as decorative stone. Truck referred for a secondary inspection, during which officers randomly offloaded part of the shipment and noticed a bit of an anomaly on one of those stones. A canine unit brought in the dog. The dog alerted, hey, drugs. Ultimately, they discovered 57 cellophane-wrapped packages of cocaine that were concealed within the plaster-like material designed to look like those decorative stones. Ultimately, 256 pounds of cocaine, estimated street value $4.1 million. And yes, the cocaine, the tractor, and the trailer seized by Customs and Border Protection. I think it was Eagle that brought up last evening. If you drive in there along the border, you see these impoundment lots, all the tractor trailers that have been seized, trying to bring drugs or illegals for that matter, the human trafficking, trying to bring them into the country. All right, one final tidbit as we roll toward news break. The Kansas Highway Patrol investigating a serious crash involving a couple of cattle haulers that occurred near a rest area in Garden City on Wednesday. I wonder if Lauren Weiss is familiar. He said, I think the cattle hauler biz, it's a pretty tight-knit community. These guys run into each other. They know each other around the country. Going back about 8:30 in the morning, January the 18th, a couple days ago, in Finney County, Kansas, Highway Patrol said 27-year-old Maritza Ruiz was driving a 2008 Kenworth, hauling a loaded cattle trailer westbound on K-156. A 2004 Kenworth, driven by Aaron Ortega Arzate, was also hauling a loaded cattle trailer as he made a left turn out of the rest area to travel east on K-156 at the same location. Ortega failed to yield at a stop sign, turned in front of the semi driven by Ruiz, striking the semi-trailer and apparently cutting the trailer in half. The truck driven by Ortega, sustaining significant front-end damage, came to a stop in a ditch. Ruiz's truck disabled on the highway. Ruiz hospitalized with serious injuries. They say he was not wearing a seatbelt. The other driver not injured. Police did say the cattle required extrication from the trailer. No mention of if or how many of the cattle may have died there. All right, let's see here. A few moments before news break. It is 844-844-3388. I get back to your calls just ahead. I think we may have briefly touched on it last evening, but the FMCSA has declared a regional emergency for 8 states now, citing the closure of the Colorado refinery during that bitterly cold winter snap here a few weeks ago. And they're not expected to reopen until probably late in the first. So they're talking toward the end of March. So it's now beginning to show the impacts. Difficulty in obtaining gas, diesel, and jet fuel in all those affected states. And again, there's 8 on the list with that regional declaration. News break on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. Singer-songwriter David Crosby is dead at the age of 81. Crosby was the founding member of influential 60s rock bands The Byrds and Crosby, as well as Stills and Nash, which later became Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young. He formed Crosby, Stills & Nash in 1968, and their first album was an instant success, winning them a Grammy for Best New Artist. The group later added Neil Young and recorded their hit album Deja Vu, which peaked at number 1 of the Billboard 200. On Thursday, his wife released a statement to Variety announcing he died surrounded by family after battling a long illness. Netflix says it's putting limitations on account sharing over the next few months. The change will limit an account to users within one household instead of being shared with multiple external users. Sharing outside the home can still be done, but it will require an extra unknown fee be paid. I'm Julio Flores, USA News.
Attention timeshare owners. Tired of the financial stress? Were you misled by the salesperson? Don't or can't use your timeshare anymore? If any of these apply to you, then you may qualify for timeshare cancellation and get the relief you need now. Timeshare Defense Attorneys is the #1 affordable fixed-fee legal solution in the country, with an A+ Better Business Bureau rating. That's certainly better than my grades. They even offer a 100% client satisfaction guarantee. Let one of their experienced lawyers evaluate your case and explain the process. process. If they take you as a client, they'll work on your case until it's resolved in your favor, guaranteed. Expect great service and a close working relationship with your lawyer, keeping you informed every step of the way, protecting your rights, interests, and even your credit. It's that simple. Even a kid like me could understand it. The consultation is free. Call today.
800-875-1853. 800-875-1853. That's 800-875-1853.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, you can do that. Line's available here on a Friday morning. Well, what would you do? Do you consider yourself the honest person that would do the right thing? This guy had to make a choice. A McDonald's customer in northern Indiana said, I got a bag of cash. TikTok user identified as Josiah Vargas shared a video of what reportedly happened, showing his to-go bag that contained a cash deposit of thousands of dollars. The video starts with him sitting in his car with a McDonald's bag full of smaller baggies of cash rather than the sausage McMuffin that he actually ordered. Holding the cash, he asked the camera, "What is this? Why would they do this?" He continues discussing what to do with the money. What would you do, guys? What would you guys do this to me? You know how bad I want the money. And he eventually, it shows him walking back into the restaurant to return the money to the McDonald's team. He said he returned the cash because he's a good person, even though it was tempting to keep it. McDonald's employees are heard then on the video expressing excitement and relief when they see him returning the money. Oh, my God, look at that. One employee's voice is heard saying, "I really want to give you a hug." He continued filming outside the store and said the employees did hug him and thank him. Some were crying. He said the grateful team of employees rewarded his good deed with $200 and free McDonald's for a month. Do good, people, says Vargas. Just do the right thing. Yeah, thousands of dollars in cash. What do? Just drive off? Screw that McMuffin. I'm going to Wendy's. What do? All right, they told us they were going to, they being the Republicans, and Kevin McCarthy is the new House Speaker, and that is ending the practice of proxy voting, which was established during the pandemic to allow lawmakers to vote without being there. No more proxy voting, said McCarthy this past day. Effective immediately, members of Congress have to show up for work if they want their vote to count. Proxy voting, established by Nancy Pelosi back in May of 2020 to allow Congress to operate under the COVID pandemic protocols instead of showing up for votes in person because we had to socially distance and wear a mask and all that fun stuff. Members of Congress could submit a letter to a colleague to announce their position on bills and amendments and even cast votes in their name. Now, Republicans have argued that the policy enabled abuse, although most of them also used it. You got one finger pointing and got three pointing back at you because both sides were using it. Permitting legislatures to neglect their responsibilities. As I said, though many of them took advantage of it, right? In 2020, 160 Republicans signed on to a lawsuit brought by McCarthy challenging the practice that was rejected by the Supreme Court. By the end of 2021, roughly 70% of those original Republican plaintiffs had indeed voted by proxy. Just the facts. While proxy voting was intended as a public health emergency, lawmakers in both parties have pawned off their votes so they can attend campaign events or other functions totally unrelated to their health concerns about voting in person. There were 3 Michigan Democrats that voted by proxy so they could attend an event with President Biden at the Ford Motors facility in Dearborn, Michigan back in May of 21. So they didn't want to be there in the chambers, because I might get COVID, but then they showed up at an event in Michigan. Matt Gaetz of Florida and other Republicans have been caught using proxy voting to speak at the Conservative Political Action Conference. So that's another thing McCarthy had vowed he would end if Republicans captured the House majority, which they have now done. The Senate has managed to maintain in-person floor voting for the entirety of the past 2 years. With a much older population and a 50-50 makeup, no less. From the get-go, we warned that proxy voting would be misused as a means of convenience rather than a precaution for health. And undoubtedly it was by members of both parties. So guilty is charged on both sides. But it's done. You want your vote to count? Show up and cast your vote. Go to work, people. All right, Eagle, did you forget something earlier? What else you got?
Yeah, I got a couple other things I wanted to talk about. Hold on for a minute. Let me get this thing on my phone. Okay. Yeah, I wanted to talk about some other things that I've seen in the news. I don't know if you've seen, Steve, this might be the first time in the history, as far as I know, you might want to go check it out after I hang up the phone with you. I don't know if you heard about this airplane over in India that went down, I think, 2 or 3 days ago. 50 or 60 people lost their lives. I don't know if you've seen this or not, but this is the first time. There was a man that was on this plane. He was doing a live stream on Facebook, and you can see somebody on the ground over there in India was just happened to be standing outside, and they seen the motor. One of the jet motors caught on fire as the plane was coming in to land, and apparently the plane didn't make it. The pilot he crash landed. All 60 passengers died. But this is the first time, you can actually see. Well, you can't actually see, but you can see. I don't know what kind of phone that this man had. It was a hell of a telephone, but the phone somehow survived the impact of this airplane crash, and the phone videotape all of the destruction. It's ridiculous. You can actually see the flames and everything. Whereas a lot of those passengers on that plane got burned alive when the plane hit the ground. All 60 people died, 60 or 70, and you can actually see on the cell phone video, because the phone didn't turn off, and it's pretty devastating. It's on TikTok and some of these social media deals. It's a pretty bad stuff. Like I say, those people, if they didn't die from the impact of the plane hitting the ground, people said that they could hear the screams of the people as the fire was burning. What you say?
I said, yep. I've seen those videos. It's on. And like I said, I don't know how the guy filming from inside the plane, how that phone was able to survive the crash, and they pulled that video out of the wreckage.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I'm surprised the phone didn't get burned up, in the fire or whatever the hell happened. But like I say, they said that they could hear people screaming. They tried to rescue the people, but the fire was too hot for people to go in and rescue some of the passengers. So yeah, that's a bad way to die. Whatever happened to the plane, that they say they found a black box. But like I said, you can clearly see somebody just happened to be standing outside with a camera, and they showed one of the motors on fire. So that's apparently what caused the plane to go down. So all those people lost their lives. Bad deal in that situation. But yeah, Stevie, I wanted to talk to you. You had brought up NASCAR earlier tonight. Yeah, I'm probably gonna be heading to Daytona in February to watch the 500 coming up. That's about the only races that I really follow now in NASCAR. They took the fun out of most of the other tracks around the circuit. Daytona and Talladega about the only two races that I really look at nowadays. So I definitely gonna try to be at Daytona in a couple of weeks. Hopefully the weather's good. I still don't understand, why they go out to California. The first time they did it last year, I didn't know how they was gonna do it, but they pulled it off. They got a race inside of the Coliseum, where the football stadium. I think that race takes place in about 2 or 3 weeks. I think that's gonna be the first race. But yeah, it's like a dirt race or something. I think it is. But I don't know how they pull that race off in a football stadium. But they did it in Bristol, though. They had a race I think they had a race up there in a football stadium. I forgot what stadium it was at, but they had a race up there a couple of years ago. So yeah, they can pull it off. But like I say, hopefully NASCAR, they'll make some changes. They got a lot of different drivers taking changes. Kyle Busch, he's in a different car this year, and a couple of other races in different cars. And Kevin Harvick, I've always liked Kevin Harvick, even though he switched over to Ford. Back in 2001 when Dale Earnhardt got killed, he took over Dale Earnhardt's car and won the first race that he was in. That was beat Jeff Gordon. So that was a big race, but way back there with Kevin Harvick. But he's announced that this is going to be his last year in NASCAR, so he's doing a victory tour every race. He's supposed to have a special salute to Kevin Harvick because it's his last year racing. So yeah, I'll be watching that as the weeks go by. But we coming up real fast on the start of the NASCAR at Daytona, so I'm looking forward to getting down to Florida. And like I told you before, Steve, a couple of weeks ago, I read on my phone again tonight, but they didn't have to tell me that. I told you that 5 or 6 months ago. Florida is the place to be, Steve. It's not just for the weather in Florida. Florida is booming in terms of jobs and the economy. I told you when I was there like about 2 months ago before the end of the new year, and it's ridiculous how much building they got going on down in the Orlando area, down by the villages down there off of 75 Tampa, all that. It's booming. Like I said, they got a governor down there that actually cares about the state. He's a Republican, and he actually does his job, unlike some of these Democrat governors around the country. So, in California, like I told you before, Steve, anybody that wants to live in California, it makes absolutely no sense. I told you the homeless population in California is totally out of control. Like I said, it's you can't afford to live. There's people out there in California right now, Steve. They call it the working poor. There's people that actually have jobs in California and they still can't afford a place to live because it's so expensive. They still got to sleep in their car at night and go to work in the morning because they can't afford an apartment or a house. That's how bad it is. So, like I say, people are leaving California in droves. Get the hell out of there. And unfortunately, like I told you a couple of weeks ago, Steve, they drive into Texas and they bring in their same bad habits with them. They basically ruined Texas. Like I say, you can go all over. You can name all the major cities in Texas now, and they all been ruined by these Democrats. Dallas, you can go Austin, Texas, San Antonio, and Houston. All four of the major cities in Houston have been ruined by these people that have brought their same bad habits over to Texas. So it might be just a matter of time. Like I told you a couple of weeks ago, Steve, I might be making my way over to Florida myself to find me a new destination to live because I refuse to live under these Democratic rules and regulations and let these crooks steal all my money out of my pocket to pay these crooks. So I might be making my way to Florida myself. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right. Have a good weekend, Eagle. Thank you very much. Eagle's favorite press secretary, Karine Jean-Pierre. He doesn't like to say her name. I have not yet. I have to go back and check the archives. Apparently, she kind of she lost her cool Wednesday when one of the reporters there, and it wasn't Fox News in this case. Peter Doocy's the one guy that really constantly gets under her skin, but literally dismantled her as she was stonewalling reporters when asked about Biden's improper retention of classified documents. As the Justice Department was investigating former President Trump for retaining classified documents at Mar-a-Lago, Biden condemned his predecessor on the 60 Minutes interview. Biden said he was shocked that, quote, anyone can be that irresponsible, totally irresponsible, Biden said. Well, the national press is growing increasingly frustrated with the Biden administration for not answering questions about the discovery of classified documents in Biden's private office and residence. The chief reason cited is the White House does not want to interfere with the Justice Department's investigation. Now, that's the exact point that Gray television correspondent John Decker pressed after he cited Biden's 60 Minutes remarks. First of all, do you think it was proper for President Biden to comment on an ongoing Department of Justice investigation? Because that's what was happening. There was an investigation. It was into Trump, and Biden spoke about it. That question, I guess you could say, kind of pissed off Jean-Pierre. She refused to answer and said, I'm going to leave it there. I'm not going to go into it any further. Well, he came back at her. I'm simply asking you to comment on the person that you work for, his comments. To which she says, I just commented. Well, wait a minute. That's not really a comment, he fired back. They kind of bickered back and forth over top of one another. Jean-Pierre claiming that she answered the question, Decker saying, no, you didn't. And she calls on another reporter. Decker interjected, you gave a non-answer answer. To which she says, it's your opinion. It's your opinion. That's your opinion. She didn't want to answer the question. Well, they weren't done. Later, NBC News correspondent Peter Alexander called out Jean-Pierre for the runaround that she's been giving reporters. In fact, now this is where it gets interesting, calling out the press secretary. He said, the Justice Department has not directed the White House not to speak about the investigation. We've reached out. We've all, speaking about all the media there, we've all reached out to the Justice Department. And they tell us, a law enforcement official says the Justice Department has not told the White House that they can't talk about the facts underlying the special counsel investigation into the classified documents. Fox News went on to kind of highlight, we're all in this endless circle. She said, Jean-Pierre says the White House has orchestrated what is essentially an information blackout. She refers reporters to the Justice Department or the White House counsel. You get a hold of them, and they refer back to them. So you get the Justice Department. They said, well, you need to talk to the White House. We haven't told the White House not to speak about it. You speak to Jean-Pierre, you speak to the White House. They say, well, you need to speak to the Justice Department. So they're going back and forth in an endless circle, but getting absolutely no answers at the end of the day.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
And one other tidbit, just a couple minutes before we get to news break, top of the hour. We'll get back to the calls on a Friday morning. What do we see here? Hey, think all the way back in time. Yeah, how much time has passed? We had the leaking of the the Roe versus Wade. Remember that? The uproar, the backlash that created. They told us at the time, we'll get to the bottom of this. We will find who leaked that document. Yeah, apparently, based on what we heard this past day, we will likely never know. Yeah, Jeff Van Drew, the representative from New Jersey, said, first of all, it's so disappointing. It's unacceptable that they can't find the source of the leak. But this was it was so expected. I would have bet you a fine dinner anywhere you wanted to go that's what was going to happen. He said, yeah, we knew it was going to happen. I don't think we should still just leave it alone. I think we should look into it more. And maybe the House will. I mean, this is the highest court in the land, a court that we've always held with tremendous respect. And they don't have a system in place to ensure that everything is safe. And if anything like this ever happens, we can track it down and find out why it happened or who did it. Unbelievable, unacceptable. This has to change. Thursday, the Supreme Court said they have not been able to determine who leaked the draft of the court's decision that overturned Roe versus Wade. Now, they say, the investigation is ongoing. What more can they learn if this much time has passed? Undoubtedly, they've interviewed everybody. 8 months have come and gone. When Politico published the scoop detailing the draft of Justice Samuel Alito's opinion that reversed Roe versus Wade, they said, to date, we have been unable to identify a person responsible by a preponderance of evidence. But that draft leak was unprecedented in the history of the Supreme Court. All right. Van Drew said, I'm not a person that sees a conspiracy around every corner. I was a general dentist most of my life. I'm a pretty level-headed guy. I've seen things, I've heard things, but this is really serious. All right, we'll leave it at that as we close out another hour of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
This is USA News. I'm Julio Flores. 1 year ago, the annual March for Life protests against illegal abortion took place in Washington amid a mood of undisguised triumph. With a fresh conservative majority on the Supreme Court, Thousands of marchers braved bitterly cold weather to celebrate the seemingly inevitable fall of Roe v. Wade. Now, with the constitutional right to abortion no longer the rule of the land, the March for Life returns Friday with a new focus. Instead of concentrating their attention on the Supreme Court, the marchers plan to target the building directly across the street, the U.S. Capitol. Movement leaders say they plan to warn Congress against making any attempt to curtail the multiple anti-abortion laws imposed last year in a dozen different states. A Florida judge sanctioned former President Donald Trump and one of his attorneys Thursday, ordering him to pay nearly $1 million for filing what he said was a bogus lawsuit against Trump's 2016 rival, Hillary Clinton, and others. In a blistering filing, U.S. District Judge Donald M. Middlebrooks accused Trump of a pattern of abuse of the courts for filing frivolous lawsuits for political reasons, which he says undermines the rule of the law and amounts to obstruction of justice. Cam Shelton banked in a go-ahead runner with the 13 seconds left, and Loyola Marymount snapped number 6 Gonzaga's 75-game home winning streak with a 68-67 victory on Thursday night. The home streak for the Bulldogs was tied with Long Beach State for the 8th longest in Division I history. Shelton scored 27 points to lead the Lions, who hadn't won in Spokane since 1991 and had lost 25 straight overall to the Zags. David Crosby, the brash rock musician who evolved from a babyface harmony singer with the Byrds to a mustached hippie superstar and an ongoing troubadour in Crosby, Stills, and Nash, and sometimes Young, has died at 81. Several media outlets reported that on Thursday. The New York Times reported, based on a text message from Crosby's sister-in-law, that the musician died Wednesday night. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty, and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
President Biden says he has no regrets amid an ongoing investigation into his handling of classified documents. He made the comments Thursday while touring recent storm damage in California. After documents from his time as vice president was found in his Delaware home and an office, Biden noted his team is fully cooperating with the Justice Department's probe. A special counsel has been appointed to oversee the inquiry. Biden says he's looking forward to it being resolved quickly. He adds, "You're going to find there's nothing there." Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell is confident the U.S. will not be defaulting on its debt. His comment comes as the U.S. hit its debt ceiling today, prompting the Treasury Department to suspend new investments in some federal retiree funds. McConnell told reporters in Louisville, Kentucky, Congress will be coming to a resolution to raise the debt limit before the Treasury exhausts its extraordinary measures in June. He said the U.S. has never defaulted on its debt and never will. Republicans in the House have demanded spending cuts to lift the debt ceiling. Democrats in the White House want to raise the limit without conditions. The cinematographer who died on the set of Rust in New Mexico would be alive if it weren't for the errors of people like Alec Baldwin. That's according to the special prosecutor appointed to hear the case that has led to charges against Baldwin and Hannah Gutierrez-Reed. They're being charged with 2 counts of involuntary manslaughter for the shooting that left Helena Hutchins dead in 2021. Andrea Reeve claimed the evidence clearly shows a pattern of criminal disregard for safety on the Rust film set. New York Congressman George Santos is taking to social media to deny 2 new allegations against him.
Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean. I hate the struggle of tough, greasy messes on my stovetop. So I just wipe, and I'm done.
When I'm frustrated with stubborn bathtub soap scum, I just wipe, and I'm done.
Mr. Clean Clean Freak delivers an innovative cleaning experience with a powerful deep cleaning mist that starts working on contact to break down tough messes in seconds.
Just
wipe.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with a dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, let's kick off that final hour. Here we go. It is a Friday, 20th of January. Good to have you on board. Hope you had a good week. Here come the weekend. Well, we don't get to hear from Philip in Florida on Friday mornings. Got a different schedule, I guess. But we typically talk space stuff. That is 5 launches already for SpaceX this year. I mean, we're only 20 days in. SpaceX brought another big batch of Starlink satellites into orbit this past day. And also landed the fresh first stage of the Falcon 9 rocket as well. This time, the booster topped with 51 Starlink internet satellites lifted off from California's Vandenberg Space Force Base about 10:43 a.m. Eastern Time, 7:43 California time this past morning. Now, this was a launch that was originally targeted for January 9th, but they've had all that weather in California. They had to postpone it. Yesterday, they finally got it off. All right, there you go. Just under 9 minutes after launch, the Falcon 9's first stage came back to Earth, touching down on the SpaceX drone ship entitled, Of Course I Still Love You, stationed in the Pacific Ocean. It was the first time this first stage rocket had flown. The Falcon 9's upper stage, meanwhile, hauled the Starlink satellites to low Earth orbit, deployed them about 29 minutes after liftoff, according to the SpaceX press release. 5 launches already in 2023. Very ambitious schedule. Well, good morning, Scarecrow. It's a casual Friday. Hey there.
Oh, I beg your pardon. We got to start things off by pushing the casualness off to the side for a moment.
Uh-oh.
Priorities here, bud. Steve, the current TNC contest, is that being handled the same manner as the other one, where you got to be awake at noon to answer the phone?
Yeah, as far as that's concerned, yes. The only difference with this one is rather than getting 4 different keywords per day, it's 1.
Yeah, okay.
So the keyword you get from me is the same keyword you would get, the rest of the broadcast day. Cash is today's keyword, but yeah, it's like it'd be the noon hour Central Time, so 1 o'clock Eastern.
Right. I gotta kind of look at the way the stars are lining on a given day, then, as to whether I want to set my alarm for about 11:45 and prepare for that winning call. But,
yes.
There we got the all important part out of the call here. Anyway, yeah, I've been dwelling on that little piece you had on that NASCAR, thing. That totally surprises me that they didn't mandate, Nomex type, underwear 50 years ago. Man, that it's amazing that it's taken this long. But just the thoughts of, other, whether polyesters or nylons type materials or whatever. Man, well, you know what that stuff is like if it starts burning and whatnot. Yep. It just feeds itself in such way. Either way, the Alec Baldwin thing, I caught that on the news last night there too, and Yeah, I think I heard the same 18 months or whatever that you had referenced earlier, but then she closed with the firearm. If it happened with firearms, I thought she said a possible 5 years, but whether it's 5 years or 6 years, it'll be interesting if guilt is handed down, whether they'll extend it out beyond that 18 months that you initially reported there. And sure enough, here we're having one of them brain farts. But either way, last night, during the amateur comedy portion of the program there, Heatwave, he laid a couple of jokes on us there.
Mm-hmm.
And now, if you remember, there was the one about was it the 75-cent beer or something like that?
Yeah.
Well, Horse Feathers, he made it sound like that joke has been around since the dawn of time. Well, for myself, the dawn of time goes back to about, I do remember the 15-cent tap beer. So that was the dawn of time for me. And I'd never heard that joke before. And I have to give a couple points to Heatwave on this one because it brought a chuckle to my I chuckled inside and it put a smile on my face. So you did good there that time, Heatwave.
Well, quite honestly, I myself had never heard it either. I mean, when Horse Feathers said, I thought, well, man, I guess I must be behind the times, but I hadn't heard it either. So,
oh yeah, once in a while he comes through, and so yeah, we'll be waiting with bated breath for the next round. I assume you're still listening there, Heatwave. And then I think it was Rubber Duck last night too brought up about their gasoline prices are up like about 50 cents. Ours too, since I'm thinking right after Thanksgiving is when the prices started climbing again. And have we really discussed or are we speculating on what's driven the price up again now? They can't use the winter blend excuse. They used that earlier on. If there's any major refineries that are down or, is crude price, has that shifted quite a bunch?
The big disruption that I'm aware of is there's one refinery in Colorado. That one refinery supplies 40% of Colorado's gas and diesel, I guess. But they declared a regional emergency for 8 states. That refinery shut down during that Arctic blast a few weeks ago, and they said it's not going to be fired back up till the end of March.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, didn't you say something earlier in the week? Did Wisconsin drop their hours of service restriction on fuel haulers?
Yeah,
such also.
Wisconsin, Iowa, they weren't even on the list of the 8 states regional. So there's 10 or 12 states at least right now.
Yeah. Well, at the risk of several listeners groaning and moaning, do you suppose if I would approach authorities with the fact that I haul a lot of sailboat fuel, if that would have any bearing on my hours of service? Yeah, I'm hearing the groans out there right now, and they're saying, "Where's the dynamite?" So that's all I had for you, Steve. It's just the casual, the BS. I'm not going to do the DA of the week under advice of attorney. I don't want to self-incriminate myself, so we're going to let that one lie for. And stir and stew till next week there. So, Steve, have a very pleasant weekend. Likewise, everyone else listening and whatnot. And you're going to do it all over again come Sunday night, right?
That is correct. That's the plan. Hope you'll be here with us because we always need friends to check in on Monday mornings. All right, if you passed on the opportunity to hire on as a Oscar Mayer Wienermobile driver, or if you've passed on the opportunity to drive the Planters Peanut Mobile, jobs that are available right now. PetSmart is looking for a dog and a cat to become their chief toy testers. A position that will actually pay $10,000? PetSmart. And the team is looking for pets who have vast experience in play, a knack for toy testing, and an advanced palate to sample an array of culinary treats. I think my dog, Turbo, would fit right into this category. He is notorious for getting him a new toy, and he's destroyed said toy typically within a matter of hours. The chief toy testers will participate in numerous PetSmart product unboxings, as well as appear at a variety of PetSmart events through their 1 year in the job. The ideal candidate's pet or a pet parent is required to document the year of toy testing on social media and compelling video content. Now, you must commit to a 12-month contract with PetSmart. You got to follow the rules for the chief toy tester. You have to have public, not private, social media accounts. You have to upload quarterly unboxing reels and videos. Your dog must be quarterly groomed. Dogs have to be, cats maybe. You have to attend in-store holiday events and be available for National Adoption Week. So it's a part-time job, but the dog would really enjoy, and it pays $10,000 for what it's worth. All right, we'll get to Rambler coming up 5-7 back on board and 844-844-3388.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Yes, indeed. There you go. See what's going on with Rambler on a Friday. Good morning.
Well, good morning, Steve, and praise God. Glad to be on the phone and listening to all the great callers tonight and listening to all the God's children out there calling in, and the ones who don't call in, I know they're still God's children, and man, we're just so happy to be on the phone with you, man. You know what? That old, what's her name? The press secretary.
Jean-Pierre.
You know, I imagine when they, Jean-Pierre, you know, I imagine when they put her up there, they thought to themselves, well, she's female, she's black, and she's gay. They won't mess with her. Well, that's not the case, you know. By God, you're in a job where you're supposed to answer questions. And y'all going to harass Trump like that, you better be able to take the heat. And you know what the old cliche is: can't take the heat, get out of the kitchen. Sound like they need to go into Gordon Ramsay's kitchen, have him holler and cuss at them a time or two, you know, because apparently they don't get it, you know. But just because you're gay, black, and you're a female, you're not any different, young lady. You're not any different. Better be able to take the heat and don't get frustrated. So, but anyway, Steve, and still want to just, you know, I still have people wishing me happy birthday, even though my birthday was this past Tuesday. I still want to thank everybody for doing that. I'm extremely humbled. You know, it's extremely humbling, you know, to have that many people reach out and care for you, you know, and I appreciate what my wife did. She put it on our ministry page, Determined Ministries Church, that it was this old boy's birthday too. So I can't thank you enough. And I tell you what, you know, you mentioned your show Sunday night before the Steve Summers show. We will be having church, God's children. I know some of you out there will be driving along, and Sundays I was over the road for 7.5 years, and, you know, you get bored and, you know, you start thinking to yourself, you're alone in the cab. Guess what, God's children? You're never alone. God's always with you. Jesus Christ is in that shotgun seat. He's riding right along with you. And there's a lot of God's children, they don't drive a truck. They're normal, ordinary people that listen to your show. And a lot of them don't have a church to go to. But guess what? You have a church with Determined Ministries Church. You're welcome. We welcome you with open arms. You have a place. And before I get off here, I want to read you a little bit of scripture. And I'm going to quote 2 Timothy chapter 1, verse 3. The Holy Spirit through Paul says, I thank God who I serve from my forefathers with pure conscience, that without ceasing I have remembrance of thee in my prayers night and day. Remembering you in my prayers night and day. God's children, I sit behind the wheel, and so many people come to my mind. And I try and text everyone, but when I don't text you, you don't hear from me. That don't mean no Brother Rambler ain't thinking about you. Man, I pray for listeners of this show. I pray for our congregation of our church. You know, the minute someone just pops in, Lord puts someone on my heart, I start praying for them. And I want you to know, God's children, you may be out there, you may have went the whole entire week, and you may be lonely, but you're never alone. But you may never have heard someone say, hey, I love you, all throughout the week. Well, guess what? You are a very loved person, because I love you, number one. I don't care who you are, what you did, what you look like, whether you're beautiful, fat, ugly, or gorgeous, whatever you are, handsome, whatever, I don't care. You know what? You're God's creation. You're God's child. And I love you. And remember this, that Jesus Christ, he died for you. And before I get off here, Steve, I need to tell you about my birthday dinner. Yeah. All right? My wife cooked Salisbury steak, brown gravy, right? Pan-fried green beans with bacon in it. God, it sounds so good. And yellow rice. We poured that brown gravy on it and everything like that. Matter of fact, it was onion gravy. But, I went to work. I come back the next day, and there was no more gravy. There was Salisbury steak left. But thank God, you know what I used to put on my Salisbury steak?
Oh, I bet it was 5-7.
5-7 steak sauce. And who knew that steak sauce could drive a truck? Never saw it in my life. God's children, tune into Determined Ministries Church, 7 o'clock Central Standard Time. And do not forget that if you stay awake, there's another show that comes on. What's it called, Steve?
Steve Summers Overnight Drive, midnight Eastern Time.
Broadcasting live from the thriving metropolitan city of Cincinnati, where you can get your White Castles and your Skyline chili. And don't forget to be a first-time caller. Call up Sunday night, any day of the week. You're a first-time caller. Get that $60 promo code, and get your $60 Hot Shot Secret. God's children love it just more than just a four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, our brother Rambler, and even Steak Sauce can love you, and we do. And Steve, God bless you. I'll talk to you later.
Have a great weekend. Enjoy that 5-7 Steak Sauce. Yeah, personally, I'm an A1 guy. Never been a fan of 5-7. Yeah, 57 stand. A1 all the way for me. All right. Something that will just make you think of how small, I don't know, maybe how insignificant we are in the big picture. There's some photo released, an ambitious new survey, as they put it, of the Milky Way's galactic plane that reveals 3.32 billion cosmic objects in stunning detail. This enormous celestial catalog, possibly the largest of its type, they said was built by using data from the Dark Energy Camera at the Inter-American Observatory in Chile, operated by the U.S. National Science Foundation. Now, they say, imagine a group photo of over 3 billion people, and every single individual is recognizable. That's the way they put it. Astronomers will be poring over this detailed portrait of more than 3 billion stars in the Milky Way for decades to come, she says. Now, our Milky Way galaxy is populated, they say, by hundreds of billions of stars. Huge numbers of star birthing regions, massive clouds of gas and dust. Cataloging such objects is a massive task, but the team behind the new catalog, the second data release from the Dark Energy Camera Plane Survey, was up to the challenge, they say. Researchers used the Dark Energy Camera to observe the plane of the Milky Way at optical and near-infrared wavelengths, revealing this particular region of the galaxy in unprecedented detail. This catalog took 2 years to complete, with the Dark Energy Camera producing over 10 terabytes of data from 21,400 individual exposures of the southern sky, according to TEMA. So, I mean, even with the 3.32 billion cosmic objects, that in itself is just a very minuscule snapshot of what's out there. That's our Milky Way. Can you wrap your mind around that? All right, so, and one of the still photos they released, I mean, personally, I thought I was looking at looked kind of like a marble countertop. That's what it looked like to me, but all right, it is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, a Friday, brought to you live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA News Update. The Federal Aviation Administration is announcing the cause of a major outage that caused thousands of delayed flights earlier this month. The FAA released a statement saying contractors are working on system databases when they unintentionally deleted files used in flight alert systems, causing the outage. The agency said there's no evidence the incident was caused by a cyber attack or done with malicious intent. The system disruption forced the FAA to temporarily ground all domestic flights, leading to nationwide delays and cancellations. President Biden is offering his support to the people of California after storms slammed parts of the state in recent weeks.
The country is here for you and with you. We are not leaving till things are built back and built back better than they were before.
During his trip to the Central Coast on Thursday, Biden said officials are cautiously optimistic that the worst of the storms is over. The series of atmospheric rivers brought heavy flooding and
President Biden recently released a massive $6 trillion budget, the largest budget in U.S. history.
And guess who pays the bill? That's right, you, the American taxpayer. American citizens and business owners will be paying more taxes. That's a fact. And if you owe back taxes, they will be coming after you to collect payments. In fact, President Biden also hired thousands more IRS agents to go after you. If you got a letter from the IRS and you know you owe back taxes or you haven't filed in years, don't put your head in the sand. Call us today. We've saved our customers millions of tax dollars. One quick, free phone call will show you how we can reduce your past tax bill and save you thousands. Guaranteed, or you pay nothing. Call now.
800-511-6046. 800-511-6046. 800-511-6046. That's 800-511-6046.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, welcome back here. What do we got? Steve checking in. Good morning to Steve and all the listeners out there. We made it to Friday. All right, we can look forward to what we hope will be a nice, restful weekend. Coffee's hot, race cars warmed up, time to head into town, see what's in the trash today, right? Yeah, it looks like the storm that came through last evening left us with some wind this morning. Yeah, wind's still blowing. Things have calmed down outside the bunker, but every once in a while, a gust here. And I think we're supposed to still have 20, 25 mile an hour gust by later on this afternoon. But it was real. The winds were howling. I thought for sure the power would have been out this past afternoon as we were dealing with those 50 mile an hour gusts. Got a few flickers, but the power never really went off for more than like a half second a few times. Just a few flickers, so I'm very thankful for that. All right, back to 5-7 on a Friday. Yes, sir.
Y'all broke my heart now. When you think about it, that majestic animal was out there, in a blizzard, nosing through some snow, trying to find some nourishment, and having stuck to eat dried last summer's hay, eventually in the lightning and the thunderstorms and having to deal with out there the flies, the ticks and everything else, eating up their salad for you, just eating it up and regurgitating that wonderful salad. Then the injustice being shoved in a truck and hauled in the last minutes of its life in a horrific end of life. Eventually to be put on your plate, you get this piece of meat, you put it on the grill. This majestic animal has provided such, the salad, it supplied everything you need for a healthy diet, and you set that beautiful piece of meat on there, and you reach down and you pick it up. You don't need a fork or knife. You grab her by the hand, and you rip that flesh apart, and you just devour it. You don't need salt, pepper. It provides flavor. It's delicious, and y'all would insult that animal and all of its sacrifice by putting any kind of steak sauce on it. Y'all have really you've absolutely broke my heart. That's all I got. I wish my taste buds would come back. I still can't taste anything but salt, sugar, and I'm dying for liver and onions. I'm just dying. I don't know why I have liver and onions, but I can't taste them somehow. Okay, reason I called, Mayorkas is up there saying, we got a messed up border. A few months ago or whatever, he was saying the border's okay. The Republicans saying, we got a problem at the border. He stuck his snug little nose in the air saying, no, everything's fine on the border. The borders are under control. Now he's saying, no, our immigration policy is screwed up, now that he's going to be called in. And by the way, do you believe that would happen if it hadn't been for the vote? That we got Republicans in the House now. We didn't win the big one, I guess, but what we are winning, we're going to be seeing a lot of good come out of it. That little old lady that's the head of the Fed, where was she? Why was she out there 2 months or 2 weeks before they were making this omnibus bill and hollering and screaming about the
debt ceiling?
If you guys pass this. Yeah, if you guys pass this, and she said she's going to do some kind of mysterious mathematics to pay the bills. The last I heard and the last time my wife ever wrote one, it was called a bad check. So that's been years and years ago. But, hey, what can you say? And I'll tell you, y'all need to quit picking on our chocolate Shirley Temple. I seen that, and I swear, I looked over at my wife, and I said, I swear to you, doesn't she look like Shirley Temple? My wife looked at me and started laughing. I said, and here she's arguing with these reporters. I think, you just watch and see in a little bit here, she's going to put her finger up to her bottom lip, and she's going to come out from behind that podium and start dancing around. It's a good ship, lollipop. I'm telling you, hey, give that woman a break. She's up there trying to defend the undefendable. And but above all, we've got sick people here lately. I want to put a prayer out for Renegade for his recovery. He was suffering from COVID this week. Obviously, everything else has come out this week. So I believe in prayer, I believe in God, and I believe there's another thing, too, that God will take care of the Steve Summers overnight drive trucking crew and provide the employment for this little group here, because we're interested in the truth, and I believe we're spreading the truth. So other than that, don't use anything on your steak. Lord have mercy.
What, the guy using the handle 5.7, you don't use? You don't eat 57 Heinz 57 steak sauce?
Listen, it's 5.7 Chevy is my handle. But companies I used to work for would ask you, what's your handle? And it'd be 57 number, 5.7 Chevy. So that's what my handle's at.
Yeah.
And whenever I called that day and I asked Brad, I said, or told Brad my handle, and then when the first time you called me from the radio, because I just finally got a cell phone, and the first thing you asked is this right? Is this actually your handle? I said, what's that? Is it really Shitty Guy?
Right?
Yeah, so, hey, you're the one that got me into that. Hey, I figured that going with Chevy Guy was a little bit better than that, but I did say, I'm pretty sure there's a lot of guys that would agree with that. So, other than that, like I said, we'll just sit back and wait for that notification come Monday morning, and we're going to enjoy the weekend the best we can.
All right.
5.7.
Enjoy that steak sauce. That's right. Now, I see this guy down here wants to ask about what the hell's wrong with people going out in the middle of a train of storms to go hiking in the woods. I think this is the story he's talking about. And I was thinking the same thing. You may recognize it's an actor, a guy by the name of Julian Sands. He's been in a number of films over the years, several of which I've seen. Some of them all the way back to the 80s and 90s. Missing for, I guess, nearly a week now. Southern California mountains. He was hiking, according to authorities on Wednesday. Yes, Sands was reported missing actually 1 week ago today on a trail at Mount Baldy, according to San Bernardino County Sheriff's spokeswoman. Search and rescue crews looked for Sands in the area of the San Gabriel Mountains, about 40 miles northeast of downtown L.A. Had to suspend the ground search Saturday of last weekend because the trail conditions and the avalanche risks. And as of Wednesday, had not yet been able to resume the search. I'm sure they're back out and about as of yesterday, and again searching for Sands as the weather would allow at the time. The helicopters and the drones couldn't get much in the air. So this guy, they had already had 6 or 7 atmospheric rivers. They were talking about the devastation, the flooding in California, unprecedented avalanche risk, mudslide risk, sinkhole risks. And this guy decided, I think it's a good time to go take a hike in the mountains. And he disappeared.
Imagine that, Your Honor.
What? I mean, you talk about a Dumbass of the Week nominee. I mean, he could very well be a Darwin Award winner.
Well, the worst part is he's not the only one. There's a few
several
of them
others
that are out there.
Several others have already died. I know that.
Yeah. But don't you look at the weather forecast before you go out and do something and say, hey, this is going to be this bad that maybe I should just stay home? But the worst part about it, I made the comment to the wife about him being a dumbass and, probably deserves what he gets. And my wife's like, well, you can't say that. That's me. And I'm like, no. Look at the first responders and the rescuers are out there risking their lives to try to save his butt and try to bring him home. It's probably going to be a body recovery. And what happens if 1 or 2 of them get killed? I mean, so, yeah, I don't know. I'm glad they suspended all that because of the avalanche possibilities and everything. But, you can't just go out there and be thinking about yourself and just, I'm going to go out for a hike in the middle of a blizzard where there's going to be avalanches on the side of a mountain and possibly mudslide. I don't know. So, anyways, I forgot to bring that up earlier there. And, you know, the beginning of the show there, Monkey Gouger was talking about that phone call he made, and he ended up talking to a woman there in the customer service area that he believed was in India.
Mm-hmm.
And had a little issue with the language. I guess you call it a language barrier. Now, do you think that woman was having any issues? Because if she didn't have a Carolina Monkey Gouger redneck decoder ring, do you think she was understanding Monkey Gouger all that well?
Well, seeing as half of us can't understand him, I wonder. I doubt it.
Can you imagine what the conversation was when she got home about this guy that called in? And oh my, I'm just thinking. I know it's not right that we get all our calls transferred over there to be answered, but I was just thinking, what would happen if you were a fly on the wall at her house when she got home to explain that to people that she went home to? So, anyways, but hopefully. Anyways, yeah, we'll let it go with that there. So, anyways, just want to check back in. Must be the front's working through because we got a little bit of a chilly breeze blowing out here now. It's still 40 degrees, but with this dampness going on, there's a little fog being created. And as I say, it's a good chilly breeze out there.
Yep.
So, anyways, so all right, we'll catch you later, Your Honor. You have yourself a fine rest of the day, and we'll be back at you after the weekend.
Have a great weekend. Thank you for checking in there. All right. I believe I saw the number yesterday, if memory serves. I believe it was Mammoth Mountain. I guess that's the peak snowfall was up to 398 inches of snow this winter. Do a little calculation. What is 398 divided by 12? I think it's like, it was 33 point something. That's 33 feet of snow. Unbelievable. 398. We're doing the comparison. It was on, I think, on the Weather Channel, Weather Underground, the comparison to the amount of snow they had last year at this time on Mammoth Mountain, which was, almost nothing. Versus 398 inches or 33 feet. And it's only mid-January. How deep is that snowpack going to get? Well, that's good news for the runoff in the spring and summer months. I did see a report. I didn't pull the entirety of it up, but they had kind of an update on the reservoirs there in California. Things have been replenished. I guess some would say, hey, that may be an answer to prayer. People have indeed been praying for rain.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Yeah, click of the mouse, did a quick search. Looking at some of the reservoir updates. California's, these are the major water supply reservoirs. And they've got some charts and graphs, many of which are now at or above what they call the historical average, where the reservoir level would be or should be this time of year. Several of them are pretty decently above. Now, there's a number of them, maybe 50-50, that are still below the historical average. But the breakdown does say nearly 3 weeks of nonstop rain have dramatically increased the water levels at California lakes and reservoirs, bringing the state out of what was considered extreme drought just before Christmas. Shasta has increased from 32% of capacity to 51% of capacity in 3 weeks' time. Oroville increased from 30% to 56%. Folsom increased from 30 to 51%. Let's see. This is comparison data. December 25th of 22 to January 15th of 23. So just, again, the 3-week time frame. And I'm sure the waters, flood waters are still draining as water levels recede and go down. Some of which obviously is going to continue to flow into those lakes and reservoirs, right? I would call that good news. Morning, Knucklebuster.
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. God is great, beer is good, and people are crazy there. It's either too hot, it's too cold, not enough rain, too much rain. We're always complaining about something, right? So, if the government shuts down, I just keep right on driving my truck, making a paycheck. I don't worry about them people up in Washington, D.C. They don't bother me anyway there. I was reading that, what's that guy's name up there in Michigan? Jim Harbaugh?
Yeah.
He denied that he lied to the NCAA investigators, and that's put the allegations and the talks that they're under to a halt there. So I don't know. Michigan may be in trouble after they get to if he don't come clean on the story there, right?
Well, what are they? I must be off the mark. What are they looking into? What he do?
Here, I'll email it to you there.
Okay.
If I can get it to email while we're on the phone. So, no, it ain't gonna do it. I'll send it to you after we get off there. I didn't get a chance to really read the article. I had to just read the headlines there. Okay, well, let's get on this. DARPA, I sent you this email. DARPA's new X-plane aims to maneuver with nothing but bursts of air. I guess they're going to put a compressor on that airplane, right?
Okay.
It'd take a lot of air to move an airplane, wouldn't it?
I'm thinking.
Yeah,
that's kind of isn't that what a jet engine does, though? It's like a big fan. It just makes a lot of air move.
Yeah, I know that's right. Well, anyway, I wouldn't even want to be standing next to one when it took off there. Well, I do like Heinz 57 takeoffs, and the back seat of a 1957 Chevrolet Bel Air is a good place to be doing the wild thing, too, there, so... enough of all that, we won't get us in trouble there.
Yeah, right.
Well, I want you to know that I'm not going to use that big fancy word homologate again, but I do officially approve Hot Shot Secret products there. So you can tell Chris that Knucklebuster homologated Hot Shot Secret products. And he's going to go, what? That's all of my baloney for today. You're going to have to get on out of here. It's almost quitting time.
It's
time
almost.
For one of them there
Skullbuster.
Miller Lights, buddy.
Yeah, I hear you. Well,
Well, have a great weekend, Steve.
You get home safely, enjoy some time with Tennessee, and we'll chat next week.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll climb in that sleeping bag with her and stay warm, right?
There you go.
All right. Take care, Steve.
All right. Friday morning. All right. A couple of final updates for you here. Remember a week or two ago, the Energy Department was going to announce this big, significant breakthrough in commercial fusion power. You know, things that could change the world. The decades-long quest to harness fusion. You know, they made a, quote, major scientific breakthrough. Yeah, this is the power, the energy that powers the sun and stars. If fusion were to become reality, commercial power, it would be endless. Carbon-free power. I mean, this is the end-all, fix-all, right? All right. Now, a science author, professor at New York University said that nuclear fusion is way, way down the pike. I have a running bet going that we're not going to have it even by the year 2050. Fusion is what a hydrogen bomb does, releasing energy by forcing atoms of hydrogen to fuse together. Harnessing the energy into something useful has been impossible until now. What they accomplished, apparently, though, according to those in the know, was really just a blip. You know, we are nowhere closer to harnessing the power of fusion power. More than 30 private companies are designing various approaches trying to do this. $3 billion in private money has flowed into those companies in just over the past year. But even so, we could still be at least a good 20 years or more away. So it wasn't such a big announcement after all. All right, we got to close it out there on a Friday morning. So as they say, have a good weekend. Be safe. Be careful. Bet wisely on your playoff picks this weekend. Yeah, I'm going to pick the Bengals and keep my fingers crossed, although I have my doubts. I'm thinking that's going to be a tough matchup. Yeah, Tom Brady versus, not Tom Brady, Joe Burrow versus Josh Allen. Yeah, we'll see you back at the midnight hour Sunday night.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I